Hello, everyone. Welcome to Riven. This is the sequel to Myst, and this game is way more complex than the original Myst was. I'm a little worried that we might actually need like something to write down, something to write it on, and write with. Which I don't have. um, it does have, obviously, its own little journal feature here. You know, its own little notebook feature here. So hopefully we'll be able to use that. But if it gets too convoluted and we do need to, have pencil and paper essentially, I'll work on, I'll work on that. Let's go ahead and hop in. Many ages, infinite truths. Old Dunny proverb.
Thank God you've returned. I need your help. There's a great deal of history that you should know, but I'm afraid there's no time to explain. Most of what you'll need to know is in here. And for reasons you will discover, I can't send you to Riven with a way out. But I can give you this. It appears to be a linking book back here to Dunny, but it's actually a one-person prison. It's the only way to capture Gen. Here. Once you've freed Catherine, I'll come with a linking book. She'll know how to signal me. There's a very good chance, if all this goes well, that you'll be returned to the place that you came from. Until we meet again. Take care, my friend.
Oh boy. Riven. And so we arrive in Riven. And we seem to be immediately trapped.
Kagaware mo. Ano ba mo? こわたげまそうらこわ
Whoop. I need to actually... I appear to have turned it down too much.
Sira, sira. Mutika ko kuha nai. Sira. Mutika ko kuha nai. Bukuha nai. Sira. Bukuha nai. Bukuha nai. Bukuha nai.
Oops. He dead. Also, I'm going to... I made the mouse cursor bigger, but now I dislike it, so I'm making it... I'm resetting it back to how it was. At least in this version, you actually get to be able to see the knife. The first step is not always simple. Take your first steps on the Age of Riven. Tap key to open or close your satchel. Oh, interesting. Let's see, 87,610. They held for more than 30 years, but the corrections I made to Riven have finally failed. The island has resumed the familiar pattern of decay that is the hallmark of my father's work. I must now race to implement this new patch before it's too late. I only hope that my revised theories are sound. 616. Revisions to Riven completed. There's still a number of minor adjustments that need to be made, but the basic corrections are in and should be working. Something's not right. I've been monitoring the instruments for several hours now, but thus far observed no change. It's possible I've made an error. I've checked my entry against my pre-notation and can find no discrepancy. I haven't slept in nearly 3 days, so it may be that I'm just not seeing it. As the fault is with my foundational assumptions, however. Perhaps after a short rest I will see something. 18. Success! It appears that my repairs have been effective after all. The gateway image has become noticeably clearer, and although it's impossible to know this with absolute certainty, the island seems to have quieted itself. Cool. I'll explain why that was cool in a minute. Just a few more weeks of work and I should be free. At least to go there myself and attempt to bring Catherine back. The past 8 months have left me little time to devise a strategy for getting her out of there. There's been no sign from her in all that time. I only hope that... No. I must assume she's alright, lest my fears undermine my efforts. 619. I did not create the Age of Riven. Unlike my father, I have never presumed to have such power. Yet the future of all those who live there has fallen into my hands. So far, I've managed to read the page before it turns. The island continues to appear stable, and I would like to believe that I have saved a dying world. The theories of one individual cannot support the lives of real people indefinitely. I must get everyone off of Riven as soon as possible. The problem now is Gen. He'll never be able to rescue Catherine and relocate the Islanders if he is still the man he used to be. I haven't seen him in over 30 years, but given his history, I must assume that he's still a threat. His myopic mission to restore the Dunning civilization has left too many innocent cultures dying in its wake, a pattern that would no doubt continue were he to ever escape the confines of Riven. For more than 3 decades now, the universe has been safe from his corruptive influence, because no one has been able to leave that ill-fated age. The last linking book out of Riven having been lost in the Starfisher upon my return to Mist. That was our intention, to maroon my father on Riven by removing all of the existing links to other worlds. Since the libraries containing the vast and intricate knowledge needed to construct linking books remained largely confined to the ruins of Dunny, he would be trapped there for the remainder of his lifetime, and effectively segregated from the countless other worlds that he would have invaded. This is what we achieved. The way it fell was no one's ideal. And although the sting of it has gradually faded over the years, the deep pain of the responsibility for what actually came to pass has never left me. At the time, it all seemed so clear, and the destructive path could not be allowed to continue. It was never my wish that the innocent inhabitants of Riven, who had already suffered so much, would be the ones to have to pay for it. But enough. To dwell in the past is to die in the present, and the situation is not the same as it was then. Knowledge I've acquired since that time has yet to be factored into the equation. 620. I think I have a solution for rescuing Catherine. Why it did not occur to me sooner, I do not know, unless the thought had been pushed out with the memory of my sons. A prison book. Many years ago, during a hunting expedition through the ruins of Dunny, I chanced upon a formula for a most unusual type of book. Unfortunately, as my father was then in the habit of confiscating my discoveries, I had to leave it behind. Years later, however, as part of my efforts to protect the vulnerable worlds linked to the books in my library, I was pleased to find I could still recall most of the formula, and with little experimentation, quickly succeeded in creating one of those devices myself. The procedure is actually quite simple. By altering key lines of text, but slightly, normal linking book's connection can be partially severed, and that anyone who attempts to use the book will be permanently trapped in the dark void of the link, unless someone else then uses the book, at which point that person becomes trapped, and the first person displaced back into the world. The technique can be applied to books that have already been written, changes to the text being so slight that anyone who is unfamiliar with the code would be unable to detect them. If my father is indeed changed, what better bait could there be than a book that appeared to be a link back here to Dunny? 7-2, Trouble. My nightly analysis of this island's condition has revealed the tremors have started again. The pattern, however, is new. The disturbances are the result of the changes I have made. This did not, at first, concern me. Tremors of this type were one of the possible side effects, and anticipated during the initial phase of the island's readjustment. But in order to verify my assumptions, I recalculated, incorporating the new data. The results were not what I expected. The damage to the understructure is more extensive than I'd realized. I can no longer go to Riven as planned. Catherine, forgive me. 7-3. I must act while I have the time. The signs are as yet barely visible, but there's no question the island's deterioration is accelerating. Total collapse is imminent unless I can keep ahead of it. And that is becoming increasingly difficult to do. 7-5. With every passing moment, I gain a clearer picture of the incredible chaos that my father's shortcuts have yielded. But it's a dismaying process. The complexity of the problem is overwhelming. There's no good end to this. Drummer! The last few days have convinced me that the collapse of Riven is inevitable, and that, at best, I can only strive to delay it in the hope that at some point the island will become stable enough to risk a rescue attempt. 7-7. I think I've come up with a way to subdue the tremors. It will require my exclusive attention for at least a month or two, so it may be necessary to discontinue these journal entries for a while. 7-13. Something truly miraculous has happened. Beyond all conceivable probability, someone has found my missed linking book and freed me from this prison. I immediately realized that this could be the solution to my dilemma, and I believe my mysterious benefactor is willing to assist me. The logistics of such a scheme are formidable, but the fact that it may now be possible for me to continue my repairs to Riven while also proceeding with my original intent to find Catherine has renewed. 7-16. The last few days have left me little time to work out the remaining problems with sending someone else to Riven. It did occur to me, however, that if a way could be found to signal me once my father, again, had been captured, it would no longer be necessary to take a real linking book to Riven, and thereby risk the possibility of inadvertently freeing him. The deteriorated state of the gateway image would seem to make the use of a visual signal impossible, yet the picture remains a reliable indicator of Riven's condition nonetheless. By measuring and interpreting variations in the noise patterns, I'm still able to observe basic changes that could occur in the age, even though I cannot see them. The problem is that my instruments can only detect changes that occur at a fundamental level, and it seems unlikely that an individual would be able to effect such an elementary change from within an age. The idea may be foolish. Still, there is a known weakness that may be worth investigating. An unstable anomaly that appears as a rift between two separate realms, the star fissure. But how this feature might be exploited, I cannot say. Sending someone to Riven also means that once signaled, I will have to leave my writing in order to take a real linking book there myself. Provided my father is safely out of the way, this should take little time. Assuming the island does not incur any serious damage during my absence, I should then be able to return to Kavir and hold it together long enough for Catherine to evacuate the remaining islanders. Predetermining a specific symbol may simply be impossible. I'm afraid there can only be one answer to the question of whether or not I should send my friend to Riven with a way out. The potential for success will be greatly increased, and the possibility of disaster greatly diminished, if the prison book is all that is taken there. My father is no doubt expecting me to bring a linking book to Riven. May he not be disappointed. So yeah, that is what is currently going on. We are, this is interesting. They've completely changed this. Whoopsies! That lever appears to have broken. Okay, so this puzzle is going to be completely different when we actually get to it. Good to know. Good to know. So yes, if you were paying attention to what was said there in the book, basically the idea is, you know, if you're also, you know, paying attention to, if you're also paying attention to what has happened in Myst, if you haven't seen that stream, I have uploaded the VOD to that. But basically, Riven used to be one island. And the general idea is that there's this thing called the art. It allows people to create linking books that can link to other worlds, other ages, as they're called. Whether the linking books are the construction of an age, or simply just linking to somewhere that already exists, is never fully clarified. Ooh. Ooh. But basically, the idea is that Atris's father, Gen, was a writer. He was a guy that could do... He was a guy that could use the art for age, linking, creation, whatever, you want to actually call it. And with the creation or linking of an age, if it's not done correctly, it will cause the age to begin to deteriorate and fall apart. Gen, unfortunately, had a bad habit of not, creating ages well. And in turn, he ended up, creating these ages that just kind of fall apart, more or less. With Riven being one of those ages that he created linked to something of that nature. And it has been slowly deteriorating over years upon years. Also, that puzzle is a little different, and I almost kind of think that that's a little better. In the original, you actually had to click underneath the door to get under, to sneak underneath it. And then on the other side here, you could open it. You would not believe how long it took for me to figure out that you could do that, though. It legitimately took me, I don't know how long, but it took a very long time for me to be able to figure out that. Granted, I was a kid at the time, but that always seems to be one of the puzzles that people struggle with the first time that they play this. Is getting through this doorway. So I think this is almost better because it lets you just go right through the door. So now, Riven also was a very big game in that it came on 5 separate discs. And because it came on 5 separate discs, each one of the discs, to kind of separate it from the other, actually had these images on it, which was really cool. But yes, this is the story of Gen. Or at least his version of the story of Gen. Discover the story of Gen told through art. So yeah, I think it starts here, if I recall, with like, first, you know, he created like a society, and in that society he taught people how to read, write, make, etc. But one day, an evil villain appeared, and Gen cast the villain into the Starfisher. Shortly after, Gen began to teach the art of books, you know, how to make books. You know, cutting down trees, turning the wood into paper, etc. And from there, he became as a god, creating entire worlds. And then, one day, he ascended. Although, or maybe it's the other way around. It might be the other way around. Like, this might be showing him descending, but I'm not sure. I only used to know the order of these because they were the images on the CDs. And the CDs themselves were marked as CD 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And so you could, like, legitimately see the order that way. Unfortunately, I've not fully remembered what that order is. So I might have like gotten some of that wrong. But still, the overall idea of, you know, what Gen was going for with that history is there. Basically, the people of Riven see Gen as a god. Gen himself sees himself as a god. And as far as the people are concerned, he casts a wicked villain out. And there we go. That is now supplying power somewhere else. That has opened the gate over there. So now, if we stand in here and rotate the room, just a couple of times, so that we get a new opening. We can now go here. And on this side, there's a lever. And that will open this gateway that leads to the giant dome. And that dome is legitimately the most important thing in the entire age of Riven. And basically all of the puzzles that you solve will come back together to have you do something at that dome at the end of the game. Oh, interesting. Oop. Managed to guess it. So in the original, the circle of eyes there around it actually had a like a golden eye that was different from all of the others, so that you like knew which eye to stop it on. But this one doesn't, it looks like. Yo, this is wild. This is not how it was in the original at all. Whoa. In the original, when you opened the dome, it was just like there's a book inside. But here, like, holy crap, dude. There's a whole lot more going on here. And each of those out there is another dome in somewhere else in Riven. That's so freaking awesome, dude. Wow, they really went all out with this bit, didn't they? Like, this is way different. In fact, I'm not even entirely sure like what I'm looking at with this at all. I mean, that's how you rotate it. To like point it to like a different age, I guess. Well, not a different age, but like a different like a different island. Though I'm not entirely sure how to rotate it like up or down. All I can do is sideways. That's real interesting. That's real interesting. So it's not a set of linking books that takes you to each island now. It's this like structure. That's really cool, actually. But yeah, I don't know how you would like rotate it in a different direction. Doesn't seem to be a way to do that. But this does give us some clues. There's the open eye, which is where we're at. There's the partially open sideways eye. There's the completely closed vertical eye. And each one of these is something different. So it's a completely different place. So yeah, I mean, in the original, you just opened up the dome and there was a freaking book. There's just a linking book. And you open the linking book and it lets you like go to whatever age you wanted to go to. That's honestly super cool, and I love that. That's really cool. I actually think that's a really cool change from the original. I suppose I didn't mention this, but in case anyone notices that I'm having maybe issues like talking or something, I had 3 teeth extracted yesterday. So I am in a little bit of pain, not anywhere near as bad as I was dealing with yesterday, luckily. They've mostly healed up at this point. But it's still like, you know, I'm kind of having to, you know, figure out how to do things. Talk and so on. Enter the Great Gold Dome. Now this is what there was in the the dome. In the smaller domes, this was what was here. It was one of these linking books. Five pipes. Well, that doesn't seem to do anything. That didn't do anything useful. Well, there's the circle eye. There's the sideways closed eye. The fully closed eye. The vertical closed eye. And then the sideways open eye. Cool. I think it's the X button. Zoom in a little bit. X button. Zoom in a little bit. That's as zoomed in as I can get, by the way. So it really is zoom in a little bit. But that's probably the most important clue. Oh, I guess I can actually just go up to these. Cool. Oh, wow. Okay. That's actually really cool. This eyeball doesn't seem to point at anything. I wonder why. Let's go ahead and grab these as screenshots then. Because this is actually like really good in the way of like clues. I think this is a much better way to handle the dome clues. Like, for sure. The real question is why does the one point at nothing? Curiouser and curiouser. I mean, if you didn't already know the answer like me, I mean. Ooh. Bridge. Throne room. But what do the switches do? Oh. Wait, that raises that bridge? Oh, it does. That's new. Then that closes that door. Okay. So now this door is open. This bridge is down, but I want that to be down at the moment. Because we cannot do the thing that we need to do with that bridge up yet. So. Very cool, though. Flip the lever! Whoopsie! Cause the Boiler Island bridge to collapse. Whoopsie! So, that doesn't happen in the original. That was just how you powered the bridge here. So that when you got to Boiler Island, you could then lower the bridge down to here. Well then. I did not expect this. They've definitely made some changes to the puzzles. I can definitely see this. That was quite funny, actually. Because like I said, that's not something that happens in the original at all. So I think this is that bridge that I was raising. If I'm looking at it correctly, I think it's this bridge. So it's either that one or it's this one. But I can't think of any reason that you would need to raise this bridge. You would need to raise the other bridge. So the other bridge is how you get to the golden dome. Them moving that, though, is interesting. Them moving that chair. Because that means that you now have to do that gold dome puzzle to get to, like, this area. Which is interesting, because that was usually one of the, like, last puzzles that you would do. Oop. Alright, well, that's it for this island. Door is closing. Let's turn ourselves around. And here we go. Fisher right in the middle of the water there. That's cool. That wasn't in the original. And we would now officially need disc 2 if we were playing the original. Because each of the 5 islands was its own disc. Arrive on Jungle Island. Very cool, very cool. The eyeball is not here, which means they must have moved that. Which is understandable, because that was not a particularly well-designed puzzle. Boy, this is almost like I'm playing this for the first time because I don't have any clue what I'm doing. I have no idea what I'm looking at here. Very strange. Very strange indeed. Well, we'll come back to that, I'm sure. Now, this part was often confusing because it was not clear that this was a three-way path, since you couldn't look around. You were restricted and could only like point in specific directions. So like you would come out to here and it's like this doesn't really look like it's a three-way path, you know? Likewise, you'd be like making your way around and it would be like this, you know? And so you'd like miss that there's like a side path that you could take. At least that was the problem I always had. Wow, look at those guys. So these things are called summers. And you want to take note of them and the sound they make. It's like a weird reflection off of the water here. But only at this like specific angle. It's really weird. But yeah, you want to make sure that you like pick up on that. The reason? Well, because you'll understand as we get further into the game. Also, I just picked up like a thing, I guess. Whoops. What was the button again for? I don't know. It doesn't say. Here it is. The Rebel lens is R, I think. I'm assuming that's what I just picked up. Tab is the inventory. That's what I was looking for. Interesting. I wonder what the purpose of this is. Maybe this is now how they're doing the eyeball thing. Maybe that has something to do with how they've changed the eyeball puzzles. Whoa, what the heck is it even like showing? That's really weird. I'm not even sure what I'm looking at. But there's some kind of like image in the lens. Cannot go that way, apparently. Yeah, so this lens thing wasn't in the original, and I have no idea what it does. So that's interesting. Is that supposed to show me something when I line that up? Is this how they're doing the eyeballs? In the puzzle that the eyeballs gave you? Because if so, I don't even for a moment understand how this translates into... Oh, wait. This is only visible through the lens. I just noticed that. Huh. But what does lining that up do? Huh. Certain, like, flowers that are only lit up with the lens. That's interesting. This is a furnace of some kind. And that would be a village out there. There's the 5-pointed star symbol. Like I said, I can't seem to cross this bridge from here. I think I have to be on the other side. Well, let's go back. I mean, we lined this up, right? What if I unalign it? I thought maybe that had something to do with that, but it doesn't appear to be. Very strange. It doesn't seem to do anything at all. Let's go back to the first one now that we have this thing. I didn't want to spook the Summers. Not that it really mattered, but still. Oh. It's like glowing crystals here. Oh, I see. It's the fish. Huh. Then the fish with that symbol. So then was the tree something and I missed it? It seems to let us be able to see those like glowing crystals. They don't get as easily spooked, it seems. I mean, I just spooked them now, but in the original, spooking them was like a big deal. Does seem weird that there's nothing here that is glowing other than this tree. But then it doesn't seem as though this tree has anything to do with this. And yet, here is this thing. Very strange. Very strange indeed. Yeah, this could be... This really almost feels like it's a first-time playthrough, because unlike Myst, where I, like, knew all the puzzles, this one, they've actually changed some of the puzzles, just straight up. Writing. So this is, I believe, the Dunny script. Like, these are their letters.
Terekoi Dani, ki bayem revat, arroyem be tig tavom, gabodona gayem. Ra.
It is. It's really cool. And here is one of the most important things we'll ever learn. Okay. Okay. I see. This relates to those things we were seeing. We saw this symbol, and we saw this symbol. And so that's this marker and this marker. Interestingly, there's 6 now. There used to be 5. Seven. See, this is kind of what I was concerned about. Because there's... this whole thing is just straight up gonna require... something to write on. So, let's open up Clip Studio over here. Where's PictoChat when you need it, right? And what we can do is what I can do is I can use Clip Studio to draw out this symbol. And then say, this is 7. And make that like smaller. I'm not sure if there's a good way of like capturing that at all. Yeah. I'll have to do some croppage. And I mean, this isn't going to be on the screen at all times. This is just like, I need to take a note, so I'm going to make it visible on the screen so that people can like see what I'm doing. Also, where the heck did the stream overlay go? Somehow that went away. So like, okay, so we've got this symbol means 7. Or so, you know, that little hangman there went down by 7. Little dude here. 1. That dude went down by 1. Didn't even notice the overlay was gone. It happens. I hadn't noticed either, so. So we need to now draw this symbol. And this symbol means, haha, 1! That's a Game Grumps thing, by the way. It's one of their like little like Sonic joke things. One of the jokes from their Sonic playthroughs. Did I miscount that? Because that was also 7. So I definitely miscounted somewhere. We'll draw it, but I can guarantee that I miscounted something. Because I know for a fact that I know for a fact that all of the numbers here are supposed to be different. Which means that there's no way that I just got 7 twice, but with 2 different symbols, you know? And I just changed the size of CSP. So I'm going to go in and check that it's cropped correctly. There we go. I needed to change it because of the fact that I needed to draw this little curve symbol. 3. I need a brush size of 3. And yet, that is somehow incorrect. Oh, is it anti-aliasing? Is it because I turned on and turned off the anti-aliasing on the straight line? It is. Three. This little K is 3. Which tells me that I definitely miscounted the D symbol. The reason I know this is because I already know. I don't remember fully, but I already know how the writing works. In the Dunning number script. Two. Okay. So the D is 2, which again confirms that I definitely miscounted the D with a line symbol. Because this is 2. Or no, I miscounted the D, the K, and miscounted the K with the line symbol. Pretty sure this is 8. And this is 7. Let's see, because this is 1. This is 3. So, and this was 2. And so that would be 8. Yeah. The K plus this would be 8. Okay, so I just miscounted on that one. Miscounted the K. Yep. Got it. I did. I had just miscounted last time. Because we got it again, and it was 8 that time. So, woo! Oh! Well, we lost the game. The guy got eat. Four. That is good, because I think that gives us 1, 2, 3. We just need the number 5, technically. 4. So that's 4. That's 9. And if you've been paying attention, you might be starting to figure out how the numbers work. This is the symbol for 6. And we get that by drawing the symbol for 1 with a line. So, the symbol for 5 is this. And now you might understand how the numbers work. Rip. Left player lost again. So, because I don't know if 10 will actually show up on the die, if you will. If we look at the way that numbers are formed here, what we can figure out is that 10 would look something like this. And so now the question is, do you understand how the numbers work? And I'll explain it to you here. Because this is something that like legitimately took me forever to figure out initially. But once you figure this out, it's really cool. So let's take the number 1 over here. Then we're going to extrapolate that over here. So that it is in its proper spot. Then we're going to come down to number 2. And extrapolate that. And put it over here. So that it is in its proper spot. And then we're going to grab the number 3. Thank you for the sub. I do appreciate that. Number 3. Here it is. Getting that sub distracted me for a second, and I forgot what I was doing. ADHD. It's so magical. And then we're going to grab the number 4. And we're going to put that over here. Oops, let's put number 3 where it's supposed to actually go in the list here. Unfortunately, I have to do each of these individually because like I have to cut to put them onto their own layer. And then I have to move them, you know, all individually and whatnot. And then this is number 5. And now I want you to pay very close attention to the number 5 here. Notice how the number 5 is this sideways line. And now I want you to look at the symbol for the number 6. If I were to overlay this over the symbol for 1, you might notice that they are very similar symbols. Now let me come over here and extract number 7. And if I were to take the number 7 and overlay it over number 2, you might notice that these are very similar symbols. If I were to take the number 8 and we were to extrapolate it, and I just so happened to overlay the number 8 over the symbol for 3, you might notice that they're very similar symbols. So now, have you started to figure out the trick here? What is this? This is nothing. There's a layer of literally nothing. And it's taking up the layer 8 slot for some reason. There. So now let's extract number 9. And if I overlay that over the symbol for 4, you might notice a very similar symbol. So, if you have yet to figure out what I'm getting at, the way this works is as follows. I don't need to extrapolate number 10 because it's now the only thing that's on that layer, so I can just move that down here. The way that the numbers work in this game are as follows. You take the numbers that you have and you add them together. The only things you need to actually know are the symbols for 1, 2, 3, and 4. The symbol for 5, this symbol, is the same symbol as number 1. You'll notice that number 5 looks like a sideways number 1. If you then take the symbol for 5 and you add to it, you'll notice that each one of these, this is the symbol for 1, the straight up arrow, and then the straight across is the symbol for 5. 5 plus 1 is 6. The straight across for 5 and the little D symbol. So 5 plus 2 is 7. 5, the straight across, and the 3, the K, 5 plus 3 is 8. The 5, the straight across, the 4, this little rectangle inside, combined together, 5 plus 4 is 9. The symbol for 10 is this, which is the symbol for 2, but rotated, just like the symbol for 5. Because of this, it would be completely possible, to therefore extrapolate that the symbol for 11 would just be the symbol for 10 plus, and this is going to get really annoying because I have all of these in separate layers. The symbol for 10 would be the symbol for 11 would be the symbol for 10 plus the symbol for 1. And that makes 11. So does that make sense? Like, are you understanding how the numbers work now? There are there's 4 symbols, essentially, for the numbers 1 through 4. And then at 5, you rotate the symbol. And then you add 1 through 4. And at 10, you rotate the next symbol. And then you add 1 through 4. So then at 15, you would rotate the next symbol, the K. The K would then be rotated so that the opening is facing up. It would be like this. And this would be 15. And then if you wanted 20, then you would take the symbol for 4, which is the little rectangle symbol, and you would rotate it. And that's 20. One is 5, 2 is 10, 3 is 15, 4 is 20. Yay! We figured out how the numbers work in Riven. So, what we can extrapolate from that is we can see that the numbers on the sheet of paper are 8, 1, 10, 5, 5, 3, and 6. And there you go. So we now know that this is the numbers. 8, 1, 10, 5, 3, 6. Now what does that mean? I have no idea. But I should probably write down the other half of what we're looking at here before I declare this to be like complete. Partially because I don't entirely know what this puzzle is being used for. But we know that the 8 here, let's just do line is fine. Oh, I hate that it freaking makes your cursor nearly like impossible to see. This is the one thing that I really dislike about CSP is just that it's very difficult to see your cursor when you're in it. And so I pretty regularly lose track of the cursor. So this is 8. Whoops, it's not 8. Where did the line tool go? Here it is. This is 8. Also, for some reason, that's not even, like, drawing correctly. So let me change that whole thing. Like, we want to start with a solid circle. Like so. And now we want to make a solid symbol. Freaking seriously. Where's my cursor? Why is it so impossible to see? I hate it so much. So the first one looks something akin to that. And that's 8. Symbol for 1 is something akin to this. And it's close enough, like, I'll understand it without issue. So, I'm not too worried. At least I hope so. This symbol is like that, that, and that. That's 10. 5. And I apologize that there hasn't really been much going on the screen outside of the drawing bit here. You know, the game's been kind of in a solid state. But I mean, we gotta write this stuff down, you know? So that's 5. If the freaking cursor was easier to see, I wouldn't struggle so much with the writing part. But for some odd reason, I just can't seem to see the freaking cursor. I did that backwards. And that's 6. Coolies. 8, 1, 10, 5, 3, 6. So we have that written down now. And I could go in here and list everything up to 24 if I wanted, but I'm not going to really sit down and do that. Mostly just because that's a lot of, you know, copy paste over and over again that I'd have to do. For something that we basically understand. So, now the one nice thing is that while the devs at Cyan did go through and create an entire language for the dunny, we never actually need to use the dunny alphabet for anything, which is great. Because I wouldn't even know how to begin to translate this. Because there's 18 letters, I think. Like, there's 18 on this side, but then there's another 18 on this side. My assumption would be that one is capitals and one is not. But I have no idea. But if somebody did, like, take this and figure it out, you'd be able to actually read what this says. But I don't know what it says. If somebody has actually figured out the dunny language, great. Again, there's only 18 letters, so it's not like it's a direct one-to-one translation, you know? But it might be like you translate it to, like, maybe there's another language that only, like another real life language that only has 18 letters, but I don't know for sure. So with that, we have now been to the School of Dunny, and we have learned one of the most important puzzles in the game, which is how to count. Now, if we take that knowledge and we look at this star, we can see that the star here has the symbol of 5. What does that mean? Well, technically nothing at the moment. That is something that will kind of get explained a little bit later, honestly. But it is important to understand. So this thing, whatever this is showing us the symbol 1. And it's like the glowing trees. It's kind of like this glowing tree, but it's not the glowing tree. Like, the glowing is just kind of there. Like, the fish, like, lit up. Like, the spyglass lit up the fish. Or, it got lit up when it looked at the fish. So I don't know what this is. But this is 1. Whatever it is, this is the symbol 1. But what it means, I have no clue. Because that is not one of the original puzzles from Riven. Or I should say, that's not one of the puzzles, that's not the way that the puzzles were presented originally in Riven. In the original Riven, this was where you actually found the fish. This little rock, this rock over here was different. It was shaped like the fish. But clearly, that is not what we're trying to find this time around. Or rather, that's not where we find the fish this time around. Butterflies with the white paint. That's interesting. It's like an invisible, like, ink. Because you can see that there is nothing in there except for this, like, little bit that's, you know, slightly poured out. But when I do this, it's a big splatter. Oh. There's something up there. But what is it meant to be? Oh! Oh. Interesting. I think that might be the summer. And I think the idea is that that other thing that we were looking at that gave us the one symbol, I think is meant to be this. Now I have no idea if that's correct at all. But I'm going to add that to our CSP. And I'm going to go... We gotta go this way anyway. Let me go back to the fish. And find out what number that was. So is that 6? That's 6. 6 is fish. And we can confirm that that is in fact a fish. Although now that I'm looking at it, I don't think the spyglass was glowing earlier when I was looking at the other thing. So maybe one is not summer? I'm going to put question mark summer. Here you go. You can see what I've done. 1 is summer. 6 is fish. And I think I know what this puzzle is supposed to be, but I'm not entirely sure. I'm just kind of double checking that we aren't missing something up here. Oh. All of the butterflies have the white on them. So here's like a giant axe that's just embedded in the ground. So that's interesting. And then look at all these trees that have been cut down. What the frick? It's the starfisher. Investigate the strange breach. Total collapse is imminent. Didn't realize I could step off the path until I did. So only by looking at it from this angle that you get the little red. But I think that's the... I think that this is a rift in the Starfisher. Ooh. Oh. Holy crap. Look at that. Oh, that's weird, dude. Yo. Yo, that's weird, dude. Yeah, all the butterflies have the little invisible, like, paint on them. This invisible paint thing is not something that was in the original. So I'm a little unclear as to what it is that we're solving with it. But if I'm to assume that it's replacing the eyeball puzzle, as it seems to me like it is, also because the eyeball puzzle was freaking convoluted as frick in the original. I think like, if it is what I think it is, then I do know what it is. But I don't know if that's what it is, you know? Oh, I can't click on these. Interesting. So, this is what is called a work. And if I'm gonna actually label this, I should probably label the fish as a work. But this is a work, if I'm remembering correctly. And it is a big carnivorous whale-like creature. And it may or may not be something that Gen uses to punish people by feeding them to the works. As we saw in the school, where to learn the numbers, we had to we had to move the figure the amount of spaces as we rolled, and thus, you know, we had the work. It got eaten by the work. Oh, this one's missing. Yep. That makes sense. If this is replacing the eyeball puzzle, then this one being missing makes perfect sense. Because this was the eyeball that was missing in the original. Cool. So what does that tell us? Well, it tells us nothing, technically. Because it's missing. And therefore, we can't possibly know what that symbol was. Or was meant to be. Hmm. Oh, that's cool. The frog. So the frog is number 3. Doesn't do the glowy glow like the other one. But neither did the one that I said looked like the summer. So far the fish has been the only one that actually glows. Well, we're not quite done here yet. Technically, we've done everything, but there is still something that we haven't explored yet. I think I'm going the complete wrong way to do that. Here we go. We didn't go this way. I don't think. Definitely did not. This leads us to the island. Or the village, excuse me. But the bridge is up over here as well. Interesting, interesting. Very interesting. So getting to the village is actually like a puzzle in this version. Or at least so it seems. Unless they just felt that there wasn't anything like worthy of note to do in the actual village itself. which could be possible. And so they just like sectioned it off in this version. But I don't fully know. But I don't appear to be capable of getting to the village at the moment. But also, I can't seem to find the way to the dome either. And that's kind of important, figuring out how to get to the dome. So I'm kind of trying to figure that part out. Ah. It's this, I think. You have to ride the work. But it doesn't seem to be a button on this. Anymore. That's how you would have opened the work's mouth initially. It's possible that they've also designed it so that you go through it in like a specific order and like specific manner. The original Riven, if you knew some of the things in the game, you could like bypass entire puzzles. And it's possible that they've gone in and changed it so that you can't just bypass those puzzles now. Which, fine. Let's go. Underwater minecart is so cool. And we have reached Boiler Island. This has been a 2-hour stream so far, and we haven't even begun to get into the majority of the game yet. Arrive on Boiler Island. A tree falls, a page arises. Huh, interesting. In the original, when you arrived here, it opened up underneath you and dumped you down here. Oops. But I think they changed that. First off, this is not what this looked like at all to begin with. But I think they may have changed that because one of the issues that players had before with this, with the minecart dumping you into the grinder here, was that they then didn't realize that they could get back up. So making you use the ladder to get down, I think, is a smart move. That's not something I am familiar with. These switches, they do nothing. But maybe that's because the power is not there. How do we get power to it? Well, we gotta figure out where the power is at current. Sounds like there's power flowing through here. So if we do that, we might be sending power to the boiler. Now this goes up to there, whereas this one goes over to here. That drains the water. And that raises the platform. But it's still hot. I think it is still heated. And I was thinking that we had to figure out how to cool it. It does seem that that is the case, because it is still hot. Now let's send the power this way. But will it do anything? Well, it turns on the sawmill there. But I don't think that's what we want. So let's go ahead and send the power back to the first pipe. And this was sort of an issue in the original, where there was no good indication that you could go around the boiler. Here, that does not seem to be the problem. Or I should say that does not seem to be a problem. Well, we cannot go up that at all. There is something blocking us. So that's unfortunate. It's a linking book. But it's all burned. I'm thinking we have to get up there. Problem is, I legitimately don't remember how to get up there. And quite possibly they could have even like changed the way that you get up there. For all I know. See this pipe. Well, no, I was going to say this pipe's broken, but no, it does go up there. Or rather, it comes down and then it dumps into here. This is the end of the pipe here. It seems to be... Seems like something is coming out of it. I think we have to solve the boiler. The main issue with solving the boiler is I don't remember how to turn it off. And unless we turn it off, there's no solving the boiler. This is also where child me got stuck in this game. Like, a lot. Because I could not seem to figure out what I was supposed to do here before. That goes to this pipe, which then splits off into these two things. This fills it with water. This raises and lowers the platform. That lever is what turns off the heat. I didn't even see it the first time. Now the boiler is off. Which means we can step inside. Surely it's not, you know, super hot in here still. I'm not supposed to think about that part. So this goes over here, which is interesting. Not entirely certain of the purpose of that. But this is very important. This empties out into this. And if we just follow the path, we will find that it takes us right to the top of Boiler Island. Man, that's just cool looking. There's a dome. Ta-da! Now we can go up and down here freely. Which means, now that that's open to us, what we should do is come over to the power supply and send it down that pipe. And up we go. So now we have power being sent up here through this pipe. And now for the thing that everybody forgets. To close the doors. You would not believe how much this, like how difficult this is. All because you have to close the doors to see this in the original. I mean, in this too. But you have to close the doors to see that. You would not be surprised how many how many people just completely miss that there's even like a puzzle there. Now this is interesting. This was not down here before. This was not here before in the original. Rock. No worries. You gotta go, you gotta go. Like, I legitimately have no idea what I'm doing right now because this rock thing was not a thing in the original. Originally, what all of this was how you discovered the frog. So I have no idea what this is taking us to. But we're taking this rock up. And that is very different from what you ever did before. Trespass in Gen's laboratory. The pens of fate. Put the rock there. Okay. So then, our dunny numbers. Made it to the lab. Yep, just made it to the lab, so our dunny numbers. So we can see that this is the 3 symbol, and this is the 4 symbol. But I don't fully remember how that corresponds. It might, if I remember right, I believe the idea was that you start with the number 1. You've got the line here in the middle of this, which is the number 1. Then you've got the 3 and you've got the 4. And I'm trying to remember if this is if this is how you start like 25 with the line in the middle, or if it's higher than that. I don't fully remember how to read this symbol, unfortunately. But otherwise the date is 6/7. And then whatever this is supposed to be. I've been cataloging the natural elements of this age for many years now, and I still continue to find evidence of the number 5. As a boy, it was very clear to me that it held a place of special significance in the Dunny society. From the ancient heraldic emblems of the ruling elite to the humble homes of the commoners, it was ubiquitous. Its presence here is clearly a direct reflection of the minds that authored the texts I used to compose this age. Further proof that through their art, the Dunny masters were indeed creating the marvelous worlds they wrote, and not, as many have mistakenly thought, merely forged links to pre-existing worlds. While all of my ages have been based on Dunny designs, see now that the ones most vested with the power of 5 are also the most beautiful, the most perfect, and undoubtedly the most structurally sound. Still have yet to determine how the Dunny Cumber's color symbology reflects this superior design principle. While ostensibly a 6-color system, I am convinced that there must be some deeper connection to the number 5. I will continue to investigate. 1 and 15. The Y-tram traps have been particularly fruitful this year. Apparently, the breakup of the islands has not adversely affected the subterranean ecosystems. Unfortunately, I imagine the rebels are also experiencing a generous harvest. No shortage of poison for the dots this season. Such vexing issues aside, this unexpected windfall has allowed me to refine a particularly pleasant extract from my pipe. One that is smoother than any other in recent memory. Because this is 3 and this is 5. And then this is 1 and this is 2. But that's not the symbol for 12. The symbol for 12 is the circle on the bottom with the circle on the left. So I'm a little unsure how this works. I think maybe this symbol can count up to 50. Or I suppose 49. And then maybe you add this on after. Which would make me suspect that this is like 50 and 2. If that's so, then this would be... what, 150? Or something like that? Because this is the symbol for 3. So that if everyone on the right side can count up before this symbol changes, this would be like 150. Because it would be 50 times 3, and then it would be 5. So 155. My guess? I reluctantly decided to suspend my inquiries into the unusual behavior of the water of this age. There are more pressing matters that now demand my attention. For future reference, however, my investigations have revealed the following. I believe the remarkable properties of the water to be caused by a microbe that resides within it. I'm imagining a motile, unicellular organism, but one with a structure that allows it to manipulate bits of water, the aggregate effect of which is that the composite body of water is able to deform itself in response to threatening conditions. Prolonged exposure to extreme heat, period of extended boiling, for example, seems to kill them off, which would explain their dramatic aversion to even moderate rises in temperature. There is still much to learn, however, regarding this particular phenomenon and its possible uses. So here's 24. So 524. And then this is 6. So if I'm right, this is 156. Construction of the imagers has proceeded without fault. Mark how easy it was to adapt the Dunny technology to mimic that of the Ahmed. Two cultures must surely have crossed paths at some point in their histories. May even be that Keta was a direct descendant of the Dunny. How else to explain the redemptive depth of our connection? But that's all pointless now. Maintenance on the steam vent caps completed. I'm extremely pleased with the continued success of the system. Another example of the superiority of Dunny technology. Ironic, the Atris and Catherine's meddling unwittingly provided me with such a convenient source of power. I'm certain now that the fissure was an unexpected byproduct of the changes they wrote into this age as part of their machinations to trap me here, and that Atris never intended for the book to be lost among the stars in the process. Better that a linking book be destroyed than to risk it into falling into unknown hands. Had they foreseen the creation of the fissure, they surely would have sought another solution, as the ensuing cataclysm may well have consumed the entire world had I not managed to intervene. Catherine would never have knowingly taken such a risk, and surely my son, given his dearth of vertebrae, had only meant for Riven to become my prison and not my tomb. I am discontinuing regular observations of the expanse beneath the fissure. I've tracked the stars and have proven that their paths are cyclical. But without proper instrumentation, there is nothing more I can learn. My theory, however, remains unaltered. The fabric of this age was breached in a way that permits matter to be hospitably exchanged between two discrete yet overlapping spaces. Yet the attendant paradoxes defy the laws of conventional physics. The great column of wind that formed when the rift first appeared suggests a vacuum, as one might expect in space. And my early experiments seem to confirm the presence of a breathable atmosphere. That Atris momentarily threw himself into the void is further evidence that it might possibly be safe to venture into. But without knowing its nature, I simply cannot take the risk. It is also difficult to say what would happen were I to reopen the fissure now, but it is highly probable that the results would be disastrous. My hopes have been dashed again. The latest ink formulation has proven to be yet another in a long list of failures. Frustrating to expend so much effort constructing a linking book only to end up destroying it when it refuses to function. Too often has this lab grown uncomfortably warm by the flames of these never-ending disappointments. Without my reference library back in Dunny, a properly orthodox linking book may simply be beyond my means. But I simply cannot burn another book. There must be another way. Pens of Fate. Late last night, while pondering these indeterminable setbacks, I went to light my pipe. Fine marble got away from me, however, and rolled across the gateway image of the opening book before me. If the consequence of this had not been repeatable, I would not have believed my eyes. The marble left a faint yet definite trail of increased clarity in its wake. Change did not last long, but it was unmistakable. If I could find a way to boost the energy output of my fire marbles, it might be possible to suppress the variance enough to facilitate a stable link. But how? A spatial anomaly occurred yesterday, about 5 spans above the north shore of Temple Island. A breach of stars seemingly identical to the one beneath the fissure. It began as a small cloud-like hole, which then commenced to expand in random surges. With some effort, I was finally able to contain it with runic plates similar to the ones I devised for the fissure. I believe it will hold, but the appearance of a new rift is troubling. And yet, it has also left me with the most uncanny feeling. Something fundamental has shifted in my favor. I believe it may be time to give this inexplicable mystery a second look. I've erected a small dome, a pressurized airlock, mounted upon the contained breach. This has allowed me to safely conduct tentative forays into the expanse without subjecting Riven to further invasion and the destruction that would certainly attend it. It is a bafflingly improbable space, yet surprisingly more accommodating than my initial observations had led me to believe. Breathing is indeed possible within it, yet I cannot say that it is respiration as I am used to it. Rather, as nonsensical as this is going to sound, it feels, at times, as if the expanse was breathing me, and in the process, imbuing me with a sense of endless possibility. At last, the breakthrough I was hoping for. After my first full day of experiments in the expanse, I was astonished to discover that the fire marbles in my coat pocket had come to fluoresce. A quick strike test confirmed that their energy levels had increased significantly, and their charge had lasted longer than I would have thought possible. In a clear act of divine providence, the expanse has given me the final piece of the puzzle, an apparently boundless energy source that should be more than sufficient to rectify my linking books. But I must work quickly. 2 more breaches have occurred in the interim, each one more aggressive and difficult to contain than the last. Time, I fear, is running out. The breaches now number 5, a sure sign that I am on the right path. I have connected the domes on each of them via a nexus of patterns within the pathways within the expanse, which will also serve as an inter-island shortcut as I continue my work on my enhanced fire marble complex. The loss of 2 more men yesterday has made it clear that the full spectrum of energy is too great for even my finest fire marbles to contain. So I've decided to break it into 5 discrete frequency ranges, which will later be recombined for application to the book. I've installed 5 charging stations within the expanse, each one calibrated to imbue a blank fire marble with a separate brand of the total energy needed. A pneumatic tube system will then convey the charged marbles to the great gold dome on Riven for recombination. Freedom is nearly within my grasp. So this is important. The problem of how to return to Riven has been settled. Reckon has proved his usefulness over the years, at times nearly rivaling my own engineering prowess. He and his team will have the honor of being the first to link to the new age, bringing with them the necessary materials to build a vastly simplified version of the book apparatus, which I have personally designed. If they do not return within a reasonable amount of time, I will revise my design and send additional men until they get it right. Should they founder, however, I am prepared to sacrifice every last man on Riven to continue the effort. This cannot fail. At long last, a viable loop has been established. After an eternity of toil and sacrifice, and an unconscionable presumption or preemption of the ages I might have fathered, I finally have linked to a new age. The question is what is that symbol? If that's 24, and then the other symbol is 8. I have no idea how to read it. Either the symbol here is 24, or no wait, it's not 24. It's 5. It's 5 plus 4. It's 9. Which gives me the number... That's definitely not right. Oh gosh. I was never able to figure out how this worked. This is the symbol for 8 on the right side. But what is the symbol on the left side? I mean, the symbol on the left side is 9. But that's not how you, like, that's not 9, that's not 98. That's not how the dunny numbers are written. Like, the problem is I don't actually know. Oh, wait, hang on. I did... Well, I know that it's base 5. And I know that you can count up to 24 just by rotating the symbol once. And then I assume 25 would be like rotating the symbol again, but at the same time, I'm not entirely sure. I get it now. I get it now. So I know what this number is. I just could never figure out how to get to it. Because Gen calls this his 233rd age. And what it is that the first symbol signifies 25. So the amount of 25 that there is. So the first symbol being 9 means that there are 9 sets of 25, which is 225. And then the second symbol is 8. If you add that to 225, you get 233. And thus you get the 233rd age. And they finally link to a new age, number 233. It is a bleak and barren world, perfectly suited for my purposes. By closely comparing the real with the written, I believe I will soon be able to create a more appropriate age from which to relaunch my mission. For now, however, I will move my office and living quarters there, so that I may safely continue my endeavors without distraction. Although it is but a stepping stone, 233 is an utter triumph. To think that I have accomplished in a matter of years, under extremely adverse conditions, what it took my Dunny ancestors centuries to achieve. So the first number on this is 95. Because it's 3 25s and then a 20. Or no, a 10. A 10, not a 20. So 85. So 85, 6. Six. So 85, 6, 7. I caught one of my assistants thumbing through this journal today. He will certainly never do it again, but I'm glad I chose to write this in a language that people cannot decipher. Perhaps it's time I reviewed security measures with each guildmaster. No problems expected from the builders, maintainers, and surveyors, but the bookmakers and educators may need a bit more motivation. Here's an interesting one. That's 24 at the top there. More reports of spirit sightings. Seems that under Catherine's leadership, the rebels, or Black Moiety, as the villagers stubbornly insist on referring to them, have attained a new level of sophistication in their terror tactics, renewing their campaign to intimidate the weak-minded into joining them by preying upon their cultural superstitions. I suppose I should be concerned by this, but it strikes me as almost laughable. If the rebels wish to dilute their ranks with dimwits, then who am I to stop them? Although this is an interesting symbol. Because this is, what, 10 plus 2, so it's 22? Or no, excuse me. It's 10 plus 2, it's 12. Wow, I'm dumb. And then, so this is 25. At least I want to say it's 25, because 125s. And then this is 4. So I guess this would be 30? Or no. It would be 29. Like, seriously, I know how to numbers. Chemical analysis of one of the rebel knives has yielded curious results. The metal contains elements that are unlike anything I've encountered on the islands. It appears the rebels have access to a resource that I am unaware of. Perhaps a mine or an uncharted island. Most of these knives have been found on the south side of the village. Same region that reports of people mysteriously disappearing have emanated from. I think a closer inspection of the area is warranted. The fact that the rebels deliberately leave their distinctive knives as a sign of their presence is concerning. They're growing bolder, as if they no longer fear discovery of their hideout. Recent measurements indicate that the movement of the islands has slowed dramatically. My previous estimates predicted a total collapse in approximately 3 months, but with the new figures I am no longer certain. I've nearly finished writing the 234th, I would assume, because it's 225 plus 9, so 234th. I merely finished writing the 234th age, and have every confidence it will be a safe place to relocate to. But it would still be useful to know what has caused the sudden halt in Riven's breakup. Is it possible that the age is stable after all? If so, I must discover how it differs from 233, which has already shown troubling signs of decay, though further tests are needed. And yet, there's something about this that gives me pause. Could it be that someone is attempting to repair the damage to the 5th age at its source? I cannot help but think that the hand of Atreus is behind this somehow. Because, you know, he doesn't know that Atreus is working very heavily on trying to keep the age from collapsing. So, wood. It has the colored ink on it. So does this butterfly. The wood does not. Nor does anything in here. Flip the switch. And the water rises. As if trying to escape the heat. And then, as the heat dies down, the water moves back down. Well, there's one of the rebel knives. Seem to be unable to actually look at it through the magnifying glass. But still. Oh, hey. It's the eye that was missing. Interesting thing is, yeah, this is number 5. Last week, one of my acolytes caught a rebel sniffing around the cemetery totem in the jungle. In keeping with the general ineptitude of my men, dog was allowed to escape. At least the fool had the presence of mind to bring me the object in question. It is a primitive eyepiece into which one of the native numbers has been set. Given the fact that their accursed numeric system requires you to know which way a symbol has been rotated in order to read it, however, there's no way to make sense of it. There's probably an overestimation of the moiety's intelligence to suspect that there may be some greater meaning behind it. Tomorrow I shall send a survey out to inspect the other totems, just to be safe. So yeah, once again, in the original, that was an eyeball. And then here he's stringing pages together. And then bringing them together into a book form. This was not something that was here originally. But let's go ahead and unlock this door so that we can get in and out of it. Plus, we'll need to be able to go that way soon anyway. This is the door that comes out here. Good. I did need that eventually. Right, so this is the bridge that goes to the gold dome. You know, the one that we utterly destroyed earlier. And I can understand why they would add that, because it made it so that you could go back to the gold dome without realizing that there was a 4th island to go to. But what does it do, though? I'm a little confused because this again was not a thing in the original. Fire marble, power marble, strike force compensations. 6, 2, 11, 8, 15. Also, I've just kept the freaking CSP up, I just realized. Like this whole time. Counterintuitive aspect of fire marbles. The greater strike force does not always yield the maximum energy output. It never ceases to annoy me. Oh, that's interesting. I have no idea what I'm supposed to be doing with this. Am I supposed to be like smoothing it into a fire orb? Or a fire marble, rather? Like, I don't understand because none of these seem to do anything. Huh. Feel like I'm missing something here. But I feel like this has got to be something important. But I don't know what. Thought maybe it had to do with the fact that it seemed like this had stopped. But it doesn't. Doesn't seem like this has any effect on anything. Huh. I don't know what it wants me to do with this thing. Oh. Oh. Now I get it. So 6. Maybe it was that this wasn't moving. Because I think I hit the button before, but it didn't work. That's 6. Five, 4, 3. So this should be 2. That seems to stop it. Hitting it with 6 over and over again doesn't seem to do anything. Oh, it's how much, like, power you're putting into it. I see. There, we got it. I guess I wasn't supposed to do that. Maybe? Can't seem to do anything with it now. If I pull this, it just resets it. Is that literally it? It's just determined this? But what does that mean? 9? Does it mean 9? I don't understand this puzzle. I don't understand, like, was this supposed to show me something? Am I supposed to do something with it now that it's glowing? Am I supposed to be, like, replacing this with this? Because now that one is glowing. But I can't seem to, like, it won't let me grab it. I don't seem to be capable of doing anything with it. Bonk. So I honestly have no idea what I'm trying to do here. But I feel like there's a reason for this. There's a reason why 9, I assume this is 9. There's a reason why 9 equals green. But I don't know what. I honestly don't know what. I don't know what the purpose of this is. Dong da da dong. Cool. So I mean, yay, I got that. But again, then what? That's what I'm not understanding. What am I supposed to be doing? Like, is there anything else to this? Have I solved the puzzle and I just don't understand what the solution means? Oh, I threw that in the trash. Cool, I guess. This wasn't here before. Was it? Oh wait, no, this is how we got in. Right, this is the minecart thing. Never mind. That was definitely there before. I just feel like there's something that I'm not understanding about this orb. Like 9. You know? Something to do with the fact that it's 9. And that makes it glow. But then I don't know what to do beyond that. Okay, you can click this multiple times to make it go faster. I don't know what that does. Still feel like I'm missing something. Well, we'll move on. And I don't know, we'll come back to that puzzle maybe. Unless somebody else has any idea. I have no clue. And now it's off to the 4th island. Arrive on Survey Island. Up we go. This is interesting. In fact, it's so interesting that I'm a little confused by it. It's like one of those sliding puzzles. But I don't know how to do it at all. Because I'm terrible at sliding puzzles. Always have been. I think I may have gotten it though. It's certainly not the most responsive controls. Yep. And there it is. There's the answer to the big puzzle. Or at least the first step. That's interesting. Huh. You can't get to this dome at all. In this version. Now that is interesting. There's a ladder here that doesn't do anything or go anywhere. Alright. Oh. Whoa, that's the work. That was the work. So what we're seeing here is this little orb. There, we need 5 of these. And what we're finding is that this one is Survey Island. And then we know that this one was the Dome Island, which I don't remember what it's actually called. I mean, I'm a little confused because it looks like we also actually just have the other islands listed here. So I'm like slightly confused. As to like this puzzle's the way that this puzzle is meant to be like handled. Then we do the curve again because we need it like this. And then we need it like that. And then we can do the dot in the middle. And then this one was Jungle Island. then that's Survey Island. Yep, that we have. That's Boiler Island. Also, apparently I put jungle on the wrong one. Yeah, I did. And this is the Unknown Island. Can we go into here? Or will we just be locked in here like we were before? They haven't solved the dome. Eh? This is completely new to me. I have no idea what this is. Like, at all. I don't seem to be able to do anything here. I can look at this. That's it. All I can seemingly do is stare at it. I push the button, but it doesn't seem to do anything. I have no idea what I'm looking at, honestly. This is so cool, though. Not gonna lie. Again, I only seem to be able to rotate it in one direction, though. Which doesn't seem useful to me. Lights lit up, though. Huh? Did I just, like, send... a fire marble to... like, this age? Or, like, this island? I'm very confused by this. This whole, like, expanse thing was not in the original. So I'm really uncertain what this is doing. Like, what I'm doing here. This pipe does go to the dome. Also, like, look at that. That's just wild to me. Like, I sent the thing down. You know? And that pipe, as far as I can tell, goes into the dome. But I'm not entirely sure I understand what I'm supposed to then do from there. Well, that pipe goes over there. Okay. But where does that pipe go? There? And out? Maybe it goes to the Golden Dome? Oh, yeah. I bet you it then goes along that pipe there to the gold dome that's over there. Interesting. Does that do anything? What's the point of this? I mean, I have it wrong either way. Oop. Oh, that takes you further down. I see. Access the hidden floor on Survey Island. Haha! I see. Oop. I thought I did that. Oh, hey! It's Catherine. The other wheel does nothing. Button does something though. That's one of Gen's men. Oh, this rotates, I see. This is Boiler Island. This is where we currently are. In the middle of Seeker Island. And that's Jungle Island. Green light. Hang on. Green. Dome. Green. Yellow for nothing, actually. Orange. Survey is orange. Red light. There's the work. Work. W-A-H-R-K. Boiler is missing. Blue is the unknown island. And we're back to green at Dome. Jungle. I don't have this one yet. Right? Jungle? Red light. Wait, that's jungle. Not survey. Did I type that wrong then? Yeah, that's jungle. Orange. Orange is survey. Oh, I didn't write it. And actually write that. I see. Jungle is red. And boiler is an unknown color. But it's either blue or yellow. Or it's either yellow or like purple. We're going with the standard 6 colors. What is he doing? I'm a little confused. I'm also not entirely sure what this is supposed to be showing us. Huh. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure I understand what I'm supposed to be seeing there. Other than, you know, Catherine, I suppose. Interesting that these are like metal. In the original game, they were water. Also, I feel like I need to get down there somehow. But I sure as heck didn't see a way to do that when I was down there. But I feel like I've got to go down and then go over there. Like, isn't that what you normally do? In Riven, you go down here. And that leads to that other underground section. But it doesn't. It just leads to this. I haven't a clue. Oh, no wait, I know. I do know. I remember. You come over here. And we rotate this. Because there's a door on the other side. And this takes us down here. Behold. The box. And we go under the water. Oh, there's a person. I was like, why am I stopped? Oh, there was a person. There he is. And off he go. But who was it? Witness Gen's scribe escape on the maglev. Off we go. So I think we have to visit each of the gold domes. And like get a fire marble for that dome. That would be my guess. And if we go up, we should find ourselves right in the mouth of the work. There we go. And just like that, now we're back on jungle. I wonder if the mouth just stays open now. Because it used to close before. And you had to hit a switch. That would open it. But now I don't know that we're needing to do that. So this is jungle. is that symbol? And that lets us get to this dome. It appears that it has to load to take us to the next area, because it freezes for a moment before it lets you go into this. And it's probably because it's loading this area. So we load it with a fire marble. We point it at the center. And we call the center over. The rotation seems to have some minor issues. Seems to have some minor issues with the rotation part, which is hilarious to me. And we fire a laser! Alright. I think I'm getting what I'm supposed to be doing here. Now it has to load the other island. And back down to the middle we go. Alrighty. So that is 2 of the domes. The problem is, I think I need to get to the village now. If I remember, like, if I'm assuming that we have to do the submarine section here, I'm thinking that to do that, we have to get over there. And that involves... Well, no, because that's the school. There's the thing we were looking through, though. Right there. But still, somehow we gotta do the submarine section that's here. And that's the part that I don't know how we do. Because I think that involves going through the village. But the village we can't get to. In the original, I think you had to get to the top of that to find the Moiety. This middle thing wasn't at all in the original. So, but you could also just go through the village in the original. I mean, I wonder maybe now that the scribe has like run here, you know? Maybe that opens something for us. Huh? This seems weird that you can do unless there's a purpose. Like, do I have to light them all? Nope, because I did light them all. What the... Weird, dude. Any other weird things in here? Nope. The frog was here. This is like... Oh! Oh! Remember how we saw that rift originally? It's been sealed. Wow, that's cool. Like that's a change. Change in the environment, you know? Well... if we go back to the first island. Well... this, I think, rotates the room. I don't want to do that. That leads to the fire marble. Or the dome, or whatever. Don't know what raising that bridge does. But maybe it does something? Can't imagine that there's a thing to raise the bridge and then you don't ever need to do it. But I also really don't think that was ever a, like, in the original, you know? Maybe, did I lower this initially and I just have forgotten? Or, like, just didn't realize that that had been up initially? See, in the original, we would now be at the point where we need to work our way to the top of the gold dome. And the way to do that in the original game is, I think you actually have to arrive here via Boiler Island there. so that you can raise the bridge up to the gold dome. But, well, I mean, this bridge seems to be RIP, you know? Considering that I appear to have annihilated it. Which means that I don't know how we get on top of the dome so that we can solve that puzzle right there. Is this where those pipes go to? They are. Two of them are lit up. Oh, maybe you don't even go to the top anymore. Two are lit up, which we sent through the gold domes to here. So we did do that much. That's interesting. Yeah, if this is changed the way that I think it is, maybe you don't have to raise the dome anymore. Maybe you don't have to raise the bridge to get to the dome anymore. Certainly because I've like played this before, and so I like know the original puzzles. I'm definitely having a little bit of like, but wait, what is this puzzle? You know? But maybe there's something in here. That we didn't see last time. That involves sending marble to the gold dome. Since we had no idea what we were looking for back then. Mm. Indeed. Right there. Like, right as soon as we entered. I totally missed that. Marble in. And boop. Coolies. And there's the other two. I don't know which of these we've done or haven't done yet. Maybe it's the ones that are off. Like, maybe it's these two that are down here. No, because that one's blinking too. Oh. Oh. Wow. That's actually really cool. That's super complex, but that's actually really cool. And I totally didn't even see that last time. Wait. Where did I just go to? Because I don't recognize this island. Oh. We're on the question mark island now. That's where this goes. Are we upside down? We are. We're upside down. Got it. I see. Yes. I understand the problem. But that's awesome, dude. I love this. Now we're not upside down. I knew something didn't quite seem right about that. That's how you get the 5th orb. Click. Click. Because, I mean, in the original, this doesn't exist. The orbs that are on the top of the gold dome are just there already. And normally, You know, you this is your only way of getting here is through these linking books. Or through the dome linking books. But that means that we've made it to the 5th island. There it is. He who numbers does not name, but does not name. Visit every island in the Age of Riven. There's also another achievement, but I didn't read what it said it was. This would normally have been what you're expected to get here. You know, by Gen and his goons. But due to the island breaking up, it didn't exactly happen. Huh. So what am I looking at? What number is this meant to be? None of this is in the original, by the way. I have no idea what I'm going to. I seem to be going up to here.
Yafeyadik.
Oh, it's a different way to get up, to get to Catherine, I see.
Made it. But how did you get past Gen? I know what he's doing. He's watching you. He's waiting for you to make a mistake. You can't let Gen get back to Dunny. Find the Moiety. They have the book. Be careful.
Interesting. Well, there's Catherine. That's very interesting. Because that's a very different way of like doing that whole puzzle. Also, my freaking avatar keeps drifting. I like haven't been really paying attention to it because I've been, you know, utilizing the I've been putting CSP like right over the top of that. Right over the top of OBS there. And so I've not really been like paying attention to like the drift. Now the problem is that there's a totem there, and it gave me a number that I don't know what is. And I also don't see any markings anywhere that were left by the Moieti. Ding. Yep, I have no idea. Definitely gonna have a confusion later because I'm gonna need whatever clue it is. I'm gonna have no idea. Where on this island that clue was supposed to be. I don't see anything anywhere. I need to stop the dome, which is apparently done over here. I'm gonna say it though, this like expanse thing is really cool. Like going into here, instead of it just being the linking books. And instead it's this freaking starfisher. That's really cool. That's a really cool change. But I need to get back to the boiler island now. Except I don't have the I don't actually have the boiler island like bridge extended. So instead, I have to go back to Jungle Island. It's certainly more freaking complex to get between the islands. But that's a really cool puzzle. Now, we need to go back to Boiler Island because I forgot about the dome when we were there last. The easiest way... Oh, wait. Hang on. I just realized. We're here. This is like we need to... we also need to be here. As it turns out. Because I didn't realize... This is here. This is how we use the submarine. I think. Look down upon the village. Well, that's how we close the middle platform anyway. Oh, that's what this is. Okay, well, that wasn't quite what I thought it was. It was necessary, but it wasn't quite what I thought it was. The elevator is not here. How does one call the elevator? Usually there's a button. Oh, yes, there's a button. Blind. That was a blind. Down to the middle. Maybe that other fire marble, the one that we couldn't, like, figure out what to do with, that turned yellow. Maybe that was the clue that the one we were after is not yellow. It does light up, actually. I just kind of barely notice. Froggy. Frog is 3, I think. I was trying to look at the numbers that we have to see if there was anything that we were missing about that. I think the mine cart is coming. It's just working its way here. Yep. Also, we don't get in the mine cart in this one. I've realized. We're standing on the edge of the mine cart. My Nintendo Gold points are being discontinued. Now insert disc 3. That's what it would say if we were playing freaking the original. I can see, like, why some people would like the original over this one. Some of the puzzles, the puzzles are very different in this version. But I'm just gonna be honest and say that I have fully enjoyed this remake. Like, this has been good. I like the puzzles in it just fine. Remember what I mentioned earlier about, you know, needing to close the door at the top? I always forget you have to close the door here on the bottom. So this is Boiler Island. Boiler Island is that one. But now that we're on Boiler Island, and we'll now be getting the orb, we can now head straight back to Dome Island after this. Like, we could just go straight there from here. We can just go utilize the expanse, you know? Connect every bridge inside the starry expanse. There, we did it. Whoops. Click. 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 And click. And off to the Gold Dome. There's a butterfly in here. So, now we need to get to Dome Island. For example, this. I could see why somebody would prefer the linking book system over the Starry Expanse. But also, I just think that's really cool. And I'm gonna be honest, like, if you want to consider canonicity, I suspect that the remakes are going to be considered the more canon versions of the games. Like, if, you know, Cyan does anything more with the Mist universe other than just these remakes, I mean. I suspect that the idea will be that these are going to be like the canon versions of everything, you know? I hear some writing. It's on the walls, but I don't know what any of it says. But I bet if you could figure out the Dunny, like, alphabet, you could probably translate those. The only thing that I wish is that they kept Riven's ability to skip the rotation. When you do the freaking room rotation for the, like, 30th time, it's like, okay, it's slightly annoying. Can I skip? Let me skip ahead, you know? That is the one thing that this game does not have. Zip mode. Which was the ability to activate a mode where it would skip everything. Coolies. Everything's lit up. Orange, purple, green, blue, red. Oh. I see. This is how you get to the top of the dome in this version. I see, I see. Disengage. Oh boy. Oh. I see. I see, I see. Well, let's see. This is the answer we're looking for. So blue needs to go here. Dome is green. And that goes here. Boiler is the unknown, probably purple since we had yellow. And it goes up there. And then these two are red and orange. So red there. No. Red there. Orange there. Purple was boiler. Blue goes here. Green goes there. Now the issue is I don't think did I no yeah I did. Okay. I did mark these. I guess it's a good thing that I did mark them, because I certainly don't. So boiler is 6. And I'll bring CSP up so people can see the notes again. Dome is 2. Jungle is 11. Orange is 8. And prison, as we now know that it is 10. 15. I knew that was going to screw me up. 2, so, and then we know that this one's purple. But that doesn't seem like it can be right. Because green is supposed to be on 2? Unless it doesn't matter. What if it just is this color order? And because 5, 6, 10, 15, 11, 12, 13, 11, 11. Eight, 6, 2. I'm assuming that the first one is 1. Whoops. Going down. Didn't mean to go downward. Let's go back up. Did it work? I don't think it worked. Click. I like that it grows. What if this is 5 then? 5, 10, 15, 15, 11, 6, 7, 8, 6, and 2. Unless there was something else that I was supposed to find that, like, let me solve that. That doesn't seem to have done anything. So I do see that there are the strike throughs. And that I feel like means not. The problem is this gives me 2 numbers. You know? This gives us 3 numbers. Or it gives us 2 numbers. Which is 6 and 8. But I don't know what the others could be. Because this one says it's not 2. But that still would leave... Hang on. Let me look at the color thing again. So, in the original, these this line thing here was a completely different puzzle. See, it says that green is not 2. But that boiler, which is purple, is 6. But I can't move that to 6. So I have no idea, like, what the solution to this is. Like, how you're supposed to figure this out. Maybe it has something to do with the moiety. And I need to do the submarine section. The problem is, I don't actually know how to get to the submarine section. So that we can do that. Like, I need to go to the jungle island then. There's the camera, by the way. That looks out into here. Hi again. The frick? Didn't see that before. Apparently he was right there in that seat at that moment. That is 6. And that is the work. That is number 6. If I am to understand the numbers correctly, I think this is 2. No, this is 3. I see that. I have 3 written down. 3 is frog. Oh yeah, the mouth just stays open now. Cool. This is a totem. Oh, wait. Oh. That's the summer. Okay, okay. Did I happen to take a picture of the one that we saw in Gen's lab? Doesn't look like it. That's just a random nothing. No, I don't seem to have taken a picture of the one in Gen's lab. So the summer is not one. Because that is not the one symbol. At all. I need to go... Where now? I want to go to the village. Can I go to the village? Can go this way. Towards where the village is. I mean, I gotta get over there via the submarine. But how do I get into the village if both sides of the village have the bridge up? There's a work. So, but one is definitely not the summer then. Summer is a completely different one. In the original, the fish Like the actual clue to which one the fish is, not the work, but like the actual fish, is in that one area where we were like underwater and everything, and we actually saw the work. I think that this random red dot is just like coincidence. It's like whatever it's showing here, whatever this image is that it's showing, there's just a red dot right there. But what is it even showing? Like, yeah, the red dot moves here. I'm not entirely sure what it's like showing. Is it like a reflection of what's behind me, maybe? Perhaps? But I don't know what the red dot is. Why it only appears in the reflection. Yeah, see, I'm not seeing whatever the symbol is. Because there's more over there. I'm just now noticing. Where can you even look? Oh, unless that is the summer and it's from the above. I might have to look this part up because I don't understand this like totem number thing. I'm clearly missing something important about that I'm not understanding. Can I see whatever that was from here? Maybe? No? Where has this put me? Is this how I get to the submarine? No. This is something else entirely. This gets to the village. This is the school. How do I get to the sub, though? So, in the original, the submarine is up on a ledge, and you have to lower it down. That's where I need to get to, though. But then how do I get into the submarine to begin with? Like, where is the submarine? It's not up there anymore. I think it was up there originally, but it's not up there. I mean, that's the thing that closes the platform there, and we did do that. I'm trying to see if I can see anything that I'm supposed to do. But, like, I feel like I'm missing something. Because the submarine track is definitely down there. But where is the submarine? I'm so confused. I'm really confused. I don't understand at all. And also, I really just don't know what I'm supposed to be looking at here either. Like, nothing glows. Like, here's the totem. And that's the one symbol. But the only thing around here that glows is the tree. Like, there's literally nothing else. That's literally the only thing that glows. But my scope doesn't pick up on anything in the tree. So, like, I don't understand. And it's not like it's picking up anything over that way. Thought, you know, maybe I'm supposed to, like, look over there or something from the tree. But no, there's nothing around me either. Nothing around me, nothing above me, nothing below me. There's nothing. Nothing, nothing, nothing. There's nothing. Game facts. Riven. Specifically the 2024 version. They have nothing. Suppose that makes sense. Well, I mean, it's a Steam game. Let's go to the Steam guides. Da 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 da. This guy's not a lot of things. Mostly it's not comprehensive walkthrough. There are plenty of websites dedicated to those sorts of things. The first broad hint is that by now you should know that the invisible ink that you see with your tool is painted by the rebels as a way to communicate with each other. I think this hint could have saved me an hour of wandering around banging my head against walls. Yes, I have figured that out. Second hint is I still don't think you've explored the village lagoon thoroughly enough. I haven't been able to get to that. A way to avoid Gen's oppressive rule and somehow evade execution even after being captured alone. And a way to go get a look at the village from high above. You'll need a submarine. A hidden switch at the back of the prison cell, yada yada. Right. That's not what I'm looking for, though. I don't want to cage where this prisoner go. Use the invisible ink viewer to examine the prison cell. Right. But how do I submarine? Is the question. In the trees, perspective matters. Totem underwater, look up. Totem by the mine cart. Yes, that's the frog. Totem in the cave. Still water makes for good reflection. Totem by the tree. It hasn't bloomed yet. Follow the pipe. They're for rebel daggers, they'll help you. Well, like, I get it. Like, I get this. It's nice that this person like hasn't spoiled things, but I'm completely stuck. Arrive on Jungle Island. Discover a strange Moriarty piece. God's eye view. Look down upon the village. These are all the achievements. Again, told through art. Boiler Island Bridge. Yep, we did that one. Sign of 5. Shoot on Rivenese villagers' privacy. Inside the village, you can knock on a villager's door. You have 5 times the villager will open a tiny window. Right. I don't remember. You need to click zones with animals on it. Use the old 1997 Riven 5 animal solution. There's 6 animals now. I see. Come back from Tay with Catherine's journal. Okay, well, I'm not there yet. Active a bridge. Press would be best. Oh, this does give you guides, but it doesn't tell you what it doesn't actually tell me what I'm after. Like, it doesn't actually explain what I'm supposed to do. Where's the frickin'... That's a video. Guardrail is broken here. Okay. Private monorail, you can turn the car around and get off on the other side. Yes. Firestone base value. Read carefully to note about the strike force. The base value which you found when fiddling with the machine in the lab. So it starts with... Huh? Starts from base value? Does that mean... Since the original, the yellow was red... Freaking, the yellow was 9... Like, is it plus? It's plus or minus. It's plus and minus. Isn't it? Jungles is minus. It's minus 11. No, that can't be right. Because the strike force was 9, right? And the K dash is 8. Wait, hang on. K dash is 8. Minus 8. One. I have all of this written down incorrectly anyway, apparently. I don't know how I managed that. Plus 6 for orange. Minus 6. Minus 6. Which would be 3. The green is plus 2, would be 11. Then the blue is plus 15. That's 24? That doesn't feel correct at all. Oh, no, that's definitely not correct because I'm looking at completely the wrong thing. What the frick am I on about? I don't even have these right. No wonder I wasn't solving the puzzle correctly. I wasn't even freaking... I didn't even have the puzzles written down correctly. Prison, which is the middle one, is plus 11. Which is... I mean, I feel like that's still... Because purple still has to be after that, right? The boiler island, it's the straight up line. Oh, is plus 15. That's plus 15, so 24. Okay. So I think I understand that now. But I still don't actually have a guide to how to figure out the cemetery totems. Because the hint that this guy gives me is I don't think you've explored the village lagoon thoroughly enough. Which I haven't been able to get to the village lagoon. So no, I have not. That's the frog. haven't been able to get to the village yet. So I can't even have explored the village yet. Because I don't know how to get to the village yet. Both of the bridges are up. Which means that I can't go that way yet. But nothing explains how to get into the village. Like, I feel like I need the submarine to get over to where the village is. Well, go anywhere you can, click everything you see, and allow your restless soul to be okay with the fact this could be a lot that you don't understand. What's the fire marble polisher for 15 minutes? That was sort of like activating progress. Yeah, I know how to do that. 5. Time you arrive on Jungle Island's secret back door. 2 paths, one on the left, one on the right. Choose either first, but I recommend the left to reduce backtracking. The way you'll need to return to the maglev and turn it around to access the other at some point. Both will open many doors for progress. Go crazy and see what you can find. This island is, out of the main 5, the most interesting. There's the most information when it comes to code breaking, the rebellion, and submarines. Read on only if you're stuck on what to do next. If you haven't managed to crack open the crazing spinny eyeball domes yet, I do have that. Freedom is a state of mind. Finding the rebel, but yeah, like how? What is the symbols for the symbols? Again, you have to discuss an object he found. The code is randomized every time. Since are meant for those who have found the hidden rebel hideout entrance and are stuck as to what to do there. By clicking on things, you learn that you can input 6 symbols. Totems will spinnable eye pieces hold significance. The viewer goes orange. Take a screenshot. There's 6 totems and symbols to find. 4 are easily accessible. 1 is well hidden on the island. 1 is not on the island. You should know where it is by this point. What's making the water crack apart in the ocean around the islands? Special otherworldly property. Again, use this property to make his submarine docks artificially dry. Find a way to manipulate this property. Shaped like a shark head, has a lever on its side. Tell him the secret passageway. Right, but how do I get... how do I get into the village? I cannot get into the village is the problem. Literally none of these guys are telling me how to get into the village itself. Which makes me feel like there must be something that I'm just missing. That's like supposed to be super easy to do or find to get into the village. But if so, I am not finding whatever it is. So we're gonna go up. This is not where I wanted to be, is it? This leads to the dome. And that leads up here. And you can't walk outside of this. Let's take the lift up. Maybe I'm missing something that should be very clear from here. Like, there's the steam vent. But how do I get up there? I get up there by getting into the village. How do I get in the village? Like, the village is closed on all sides. So I don't know how to get into the village. But there's nothing up here that I'm missing with this, it seems. Like, I'm literally not seeing anything here. This just opens and closes that platform. And then this goes back down. So the submarine must be in the village, since it's nowhere else. But where in the village? I'm so freaking confused here. What if I go down? Where does this take me if I go down? That takes me here. I know I can rotate this. There's something on this side. Oh, there is. Oh, I see. Oh my lord, it's the submarine. She finally gone and figured it out. Up we go. Can't get in. It's open. And the ladder's here, but doesn't connect to that. So I'm like one step away. But I've got to figure out how to extend. Gotta figure out how to extend that platform. Ah. Okay. Now we're making progress. At long last. Oh boy, that was... It was very different. Well, thought we were making progress. That takes me out of the submarine. So that didn't do anything useful. So what do I do? Ah. Of course. That makes perfect sense. That I needed to hit the button that I hit like 5 times. And we're underwater. Cool. And now we are here. Which is still not in the village, but it is a place. Well, let's go to the next one. Alright. And this is where? Oh, I see. There's a microphone right there. I see. Yes. Now I understand. And this is how we get into the village proper. We've taken the submarine and we are now officially on the other side of the bridges. Yay! But like, look at these houses. Like, you have to go in through the middle or through the bottom. Like, how does that work? So now if I come over here, I can open the bridge. Woo! Whoopee! So as it turns out, we needed the submarine to get to the village, which is not the case in the original at all. So that's interesting. This house can be these houses can be entered from the side. But also, like, are these people just short? Like, look at these houses, man. They're teeny tiny. Oh, there's the ink again. I see. This is where they make the ink. Sign of 5. Intrude on a Rivenese villager's privacy. Could not say that at all. Yes, they peek out their little head and go, huh? And then they close the door on you. So this is way more that you can, like, explore of the village. Than is normal. Or than you could in, like, the original game, I mean. Thought I did something there for a second. I did. But what does it do? I mean, it's just pouring down into this. But it doesn't do anything. Am I supposed to pour the water into this? But does it do something? Maybe. I do not know. I have no idea. It carried water down the pipe. But I don't know what it did otherwise. Maybe if when I go down there next time it'll be something? This is way more than you get to explore in the original. This is somebody who knocked their ladder out so that nobody could get up to their house. This person pulled their ladder up. Here's the other bridge. Click. Yay! We can now wander freely. Can now move through the village freely. Yeah, I wouldn't have figured that out if I hadn't seen the guide mention there was a lever. That was very not clear. I can definitely see why some people would prefer the original. I don't know that I prefer the original over this. But this is very different from the original, you know? This is very different from the original. And now we have steam coming out of that spot. Wherever that is. I could just walk over there, I suppose. Huh. What the heck? There's a door down there. Where does that put us now? Is this where that door was? This is the school. Okay. That puts us at the school. This takes us to the gallows. Which is good. I mean, we needed to come here. Sort of. I say sort of because as it stands, we don't actually have the code that we need. Oh, this is even more morbid than it was before. So, remember how they execute people? Remember the little toy thing we saw where people were dangling, you know, head first, downward? In the original, these shackles, there's only one of. There's not 5. There's a dude in there. What? He's gone. But where did he go? Sure is dark in here. Well, that opens that. But we want to close it. We don't want anybody to learn the secret of getting in here after all. But, oh. I was gonna say, I was surprised that there wasn't some, like, thing to tell you where to go down here. But there is. I just didn't see it the first time. Lights. We can see in the darkness. Oh, there's a door. There's two doors. Door this way and a door the other way. There must be something over here I need to flip. Ah, yes. Here we are. One sec. This is definitely gonna be wrong. But I'm gonna do it anyway. Where's the freaking frog? Why can I never find the frog? Frog. Summer. Work. Recall a specific moiety code. So yeah, that's the original. But the new one is 6 long. Apparently. The work I have marked as 6. The frog I have marked as 3, but I don't know anything else. Because I haven't been able to find anything else. Oh. That takes you here. Here's the secret entrance. Nice. Okay, so we'll definitely want to remember that. So let's step out here. Nope. They've all turned off. That one, that one, that one. Go ahead and get that screenshot. Because you never know. That might come in handy later. Let's just keep lighting the way up. That's so cool, man. Down we go. Oh my lord, though we're 7 hours in and we still haven't figured out the puzzles yet. Like we're still in the moiety section. So what am I supposed to do with that? I did something with that, but I don't know what. can't affect it from inside the submarine. Hey, I can raise the bridge again. That's really cool. So what does that do for me, though? Like, I see the work, and I see that there's like a door that's open. But, like, what am I supposed to do with the door that's open? Maybe now that the door is open, I can look through the camera at something? I legitimately don't know. This is back to the gallows. I don't want to go to the gallows. The work symbol again. Oh, I see. That's why it seemed like that took forever, because we like went all the way around. So now we're going all the way around again. Because I should have turned around. Well, there's nothing in the school. this is what, the middle platform? I think? Yes. This is the middle platform here. Huh. So what the hecky am I supposed to do-y? I'm very confused. I still don't think you've explored the village lagoon thoroughly enough. Rebels found a way to avoid Gan depression. Find a way to look at the village from high above. You'll need the submarine to access the rebels. Find a way to close the platform to the gallows. Put 6 symbols before the symbols reset. It's a 6-symbol code. Tomes with spinnable eyepieces hold significance. Remember that the rebels communicate with the invisible ink. 6 tomes and symbols to find. 4 are easily accessible on jungle. 1 is hidden and 1 is not. Read Gun's journal in his lab if you haven't already. What's making the water crack apart in the ocean around the islands? Water on Riven has a special otherworldly property. Gun uses this property to make submarine docks artificially dry. You can find a way to manipulate this property. The village's steam cooker, shaped like a shark head, has a lever on the side. I think it directs steam elsewhere. Tell them the secret passage in one of the submarine docks under the steam cooker. I wouldn't have even thought about being able to go down when the submarine isn't there. Oh, I went to the wrong one. We'll just try them all, because I don't remember which one is which. It is this one, okay. It is not this one. It was, in fact, the fourth one. This should be the one. So we move it to the next. Which brings us to the central island. Then we go around like so. And then we go down. I see. We go down. Like so. Okay. So that's the number 2. But what is... Oh. Okay. I see. This one is number 2. I mean, there's the work. And this is the one that was next to that. And that's 6. The work is number 6. But then there's this one, which is number 1. And then there's the summer, which doesn't have a number. I'm so confused. So, can you go down the ladder in the other ones? And if so, does it lead to anything? Not this one. This one has no secondary ladder. That's the only one that seems like it has one. And let's check it anyway, just in case one of these is what I'm after. And I think the frog is number 3. I mean, that still leaves so many more others that there could possibly be. And this is just gonna take me back, right? I assume. So now where am I supposed to look? Tis a good question. That water definitely goes into this tree. I mean, maybe at this point, like maybe that's on like a timer and you like get from up there down to here and like look at it fast enough. Whatever this is symbol 1. It did seem like it was lit up more. After I poured the water in it. Wow. Getting to actually see it like go back up all on its own is so cool. I mean, it's kind of a pain to get through here. I guess in a way it's better than before. Yeah, it does light up more. Look at that. But now can I get down there before the glow goes away? That's the real question. Because clearly that is the answer to number 1. Ooh. Okay. Got it. So number 1 is the beetle. Which freaking one is the summer? Two is unknown. Three is the frog. 6 is the work. 4 is unknown. But one of these is the summer. And then, of course, there's number 5, which we also don't know yet. I just figure out which one the summer is. That is really cool, though. Oh, yeah. Look, there's actually like tons and tons of water here. Can't tell if it's going down steadily or not. But there is water there, and thus creating the beetle. So now we need to find number 2. And there's something up there, but I'm not sure what. But there's a mark there. But how does one see that mark is the question. And where is the totem that tells you about that mark? And this, my friends, is Riven. It is extremely, extremely complex. Well, let's go up here. Because we know where number 3 was. I just want to make sure I confirm. Number 3. By coming over to the totem, double checking that it's number 3, and then turning my eye to the frog. And then we actually are going to add that to the notebook. Number 3, frog. Number 1, beetle. Number 2, whatever this thing is. Like, what is it meant to be? But also, apparently, we do have number 2. It's this one. Bug thing, we'll call it. So then this is the summer. Which was here in the forest area. And that was the one that was in Gen's lab, if I recall. Down here. Yes. This takes us to this forest. And this is the one where the hole is missing on it. And it is the summer. But I didn't take a picture of that in Gen's lab. So where the frick are the other two? Totem by the cave, still water makes a good reflection. Totem by the tree, hasn't bloomed yet, follow the pipe. I see. Totem in the deep forest, perspective matters, yep. Totem offshore, look for rebel daggers, they will help you. Also have left an object in the environment to use. These are the last two that we don't have. These are both listed as being offshore. Match our numbers, square numbers, Arabic numbers, the wooden chart game, square numbers. Each number has a set of rules. Down. Put the symbols in a certain order. Find a way to match the animal symbols to the numbers. But I need to find where the freaking other symbols are. Look for rebel daggers, it says. And the rebels have left you an object in the environment to use. That doesn't tell me anything. Like, seriously. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Prison Island exploration. The guardrail is broken here. Yeah, see, I was thinking. Like, 'cause I don't remember there being one on Prison Island. Like, there was a totem on Prison Island, but there wasn't a thing anywhere that I could see. We might have to do another stream of this, because I legitimately have no idea where the other two clues are. I mean, is there something up here that I missed? No. Right? Hang on. Hope the dome stays off until I go in. So I'm going up here one more time just to be absolutely sure. But no, I don't think there's anything up here. There might be something, like maybe I can look to the island from another island. Like maybe from the Dome Island. Or Survey Island, because you wouldn't be able to from Boiler Island. looking up into the sky, apparently. I was like, wait a minute, why don't I see the eye symbol? Got it. I was looking up in the sky. So, let's go to Prison Island. I like that it has to go along the lines here. Prison Island, this one. And what this should do is allow me to find out which one is either number 4 or number 5. And using that information, I can then determine which one the summer is, since that's literally the only part of it that we don't know. Totem is over here. And this totem is 4. So that tells me that the summer is number 5. Which leaves us purely with the question of where the frick is the marker that is here. Like, where is it? That's the dome. I mean, that is Jungle Island over there. But I don't see anything from here. Nor do I think I can get into any other position. So... what am I looking for? Like, seriously. What am I even trying to locate? Where am I even trying to look? They've all been on Jungle Island. That's the thing. So it's slightly weird to me that this last totem is here on Prison Island.
You have to get the book back from the moiety. They have it now.
Mighty.
Go.
Have to get the book back from the moiety. I understand that, Catherine. But how do I find the clue that is supposedly here? I mean, the totem's here, obviously. And see, this is what I don't get. I looked around here last time. And there's nothing here. Like, I'm hunting and hunting and hunting, and there is nothing here. There's only a totem. But there's no symbols anywhere around this totem. Like, nobody seems to be able to tell me where I need to be to find the freaking symbol. I just don't see a symbol anywhere. Like, what the frick am I looking for? Riven Guide. Jungle Island. So how to leave Jungle Island? I don't need to know how to leave Jungle Island. I need to freaking find out. Freaking. South valve will redirect power to the window. That gives you the thing. Find fire marble values. Take the geo, place it in the vice grip. Revealing fire marble inside, put fire marble on striker device. The next part requires some experimentation. The associated values are randomly assigned. We started your playthrough, yada yada. There's a button to hit the fire marble. Not the position of the needle on the machine. You want it to land exactly in the center. Just slide to the left or right as necessary. Keep striking the marble until you find the right position. He has written down necessary adjustments to create a power marble for each of the generators. Its values are random with each playthrough. Using the Dundee numbering system, write down how much you need to increase or decrease the strike force from the base value based on Gen's note. Information is critical later. Workbench outside the striker device, part of Riven's thing. Looking glass. She got from the beach. See the invisible marker on the rim of the cylinder. It denotes the top, which you can use to determine which number symbol is inside. Watch the marble polisher for 15 minutes. You earn an achievement. Self-trip device visible on the wall to the left. Send the door. Close the door. Reveal side path. Read gun journal. That's about the right hand path dead end. Take the left path back to the mine entrance. Oh. Apparently you can use the looking glass to get the symbols. I understand what power supplies spaces, open rotating sphere. Left camera doesn't give any necessary information with the game, but shows that Catherine is alive and well, and again knows that you're here in Riven. Right hand camera monitors underwater power supplies. And the invasive season the thing with the lights, along with force from the workshop. I'll need this information later. Reach the gold chamber. Jungle Island number 2. Operating the submarine, entering the village. All wooden totem locations and painted symbols. Here's how to find all 6 moiety symbols and their totems. The water cave, the clear-cut forest, the lone tree, the submerged cavern. It's called a leaf bug. Apparently number 2 is leaf bug. So I'm going to write that down. Make sure all the bridges in this village are accessible. Then dock the submarine on the bottom right. Yada yada. Okay. Yes, I think okay, I got that one. Deep jungle, that's summer. Seaside cliff / prison island. The largest symbol is painted on the cliffs where you first found the viewing glass. It's too big to see except from a great distance. You'll have to leave Jungle Island altogether to get the correct angle. Travel to Prism Island. Climb through the hole in the railing as you approach the fortress. Follow the path till you see the final totem. Huh? What you saying? I mean, I know what it is now, thanks to... No, nope, that doesn't actually do anything. That's funny. The guide said that you're supposed to be able to look through like this, through the lens to actually see this dome symbol, but it's not the case. So I've now seen the symbol, so I do know what I'm looking for now. However, okay, that doesn't do anything though. But I suspect that this is where you're supposed to look. Oh. Ew. There it is. It's a freaking... That's a telescope that you lower. Got it. I would never have figured that out. The only reason I even tried clicking on this was because I remembered the clue that mentioned the dagger. And I'm like, it's on Prison Island, but I can't see anything all the way over here. And then I happened to realize I could click on this, and it lowered, and I'm like, that looks like it could be a telescope. But then I couldn't look through it until I noticed this up here that you can look through. And there you can see the fish. Good grief, dude. That was a lot to try to figure out on your own. I don't think I ever would have figured that out without a guide telling me what to do. And even then, I mean, technically I still didn't, completely figure it out. Oops, apparently it only stays open for a certain period of time. Maybe it's one specific dome that you can do that with. And not, like, just any dome. Okay. The important thing is, we can now get to the moiety. And the most important thing about getting to the moiety is that that is practically the end of the game. Which means that we have probably an hour left. Is what I'm gonna guess. So I need to go back to Jungle Island. Which is that one up there. It is a little odd that I can't rotate freely. Like, you have to follow the lines. I can't just rotate it to where I want to go. That would make things so much easier. But that's just not the case with how that works. Still, I kind of like the Starry Expanse. I kind of like that a little better than the Link books. Just because it's cool. You know? Even if it does make it quite a bit more complex. So now we have to actually go to the moiety, which is back to the village. Also, I am like almost 100% sure I'm saying it wrong. The problem is that I did not hear how Catherine said it. So I don't actually know how to say it myself. Like, I missed it both times she said it, so. Here's the village. Now we go this way. One, two, three. Nice. That saves a bunch of time. Like, that saves so much time. Okay. So, we need to find the beetle first, and then the leaf bug, as the guide called it, the frog, the fish, not the toucan as they call it, but the summer, this guy, and then finally the work. I love that, dude. Using heat, they push the water over here. And now, a linking book. And if you had bought the original game, this right here was the cover of the game. Like, it was the box cover for the game. Like, literally, this tree looking structure was the box like image.
Palo! Palo! Yo olay! Yo olay!
What? Welp. We just got shot by a dart.
Kali ini.
But we seem to still be alive. They seem to be taking us to that big tree. Well, there's where we entered. Warm welcome. Arrive on Tay. Wow, this is a little sad. In the original, you could look out the door into the rest of the area, but you can't do that here, it seems.
Katarina ay now da saya yapalo. Yapa ay manay yalepo. Miltisay. Bekaretere wirape yelo kene falapo. Tisay. Why te fulupe? Now, Katarina ne. Wisifapolo ya sepeyai.
Did they really just decide that they didn't want to 3D model the exterior? I mean, they did some work, it seems. Just, like, enough. At least from what little I can see. There's our linking book. Back to Dunny. Oh, I can't save here. Darn it. I was going to use the linking book to Dunny and get the achievement, but I can't do that right now. I write quickly from my prison. Along with this journal, I've instructed Nella to return the book that the moiety intercepted upon your arrival. After questioning her, I've concluded that it was written by Atris for a very specific purpose. Gen will wish to use it, though he will undoubtedly be suspicious. Once he's out of the way, you'll still need the combination to release me. I'm told he keeps it somewhere in his outpost on 233. Then I assume we're to signal Atris. I think I know how it might be done, but don't attempt it before I'm released. It's been 1 week since I linked to Riven. I'm still reeling from the changes I've witnessed. Even before my eyes could adjust, the smell of my homeland embraced me. And the sweet salt air was instantly familiar, but the scene that soon resolved was not. As I stood there, struggling to make sense of what I was seeing, violent clang sounded, and bars appeared before me. It was then that I must have been darted from my memory after as cloudy. A Rivenese man, shabbily dressed in militaristic attire, was shouting something at me. He seemed to be attempting to speak Dunny, but his grasp of the language was so poor that I could not make out his words. And then the world went dark. Many voices passed until at last I awoke. Voices? Until at last I awoke to a familiar face. Itai! After all this time, she's still as warm and kind as ever. And yet, the years have clearly wounded her, as they've wounded everyone, whose world became a prison when Gen was trapped here. Everything is tinged with pain and loss, even Etai's bright smile, though she does her best to hide it. Desperate urgency, squelched by unuttered fears, seethes beneath her cordial veneer. When Atris and I left Gen here all those years ago, I was haunted by visions of what had become of my own people, and how they might have come to suffer under his rule. But the injustices I imagined were nothing compared to the atrocities that have come to pass. The following is a chronicle of what I have learned, a record of all that has happened, should I no longer be here to tell it. The moiety. It seems the confrontation that led to Gen's entrapment on Riven was witnessed by some of the Rivenese, but their interpretations of the event was skewed, no doubt due to Gen's overinflated view of himself. Atris and I had hoped that stripping him of his ability to link to other worlds might lead people to conclude that his claims of godhood were false, but it appears the opposite has come to pass. If Gen was a god, and we had vanquished him, then we must be greater gods. It was thus assumed that my absence was only temporary, and that I would surely return one day to set the world right again. Thus the moiety the name they adopted after Gen's disparaging use of the term, were born, sworn enemies of Gen and devotees of me. Had no inkling of this misconception about myself until 2 days ago. Though in hindsight it makes perfect sense, given the way I've been treated. For their part, they naturally assumed an omniscient deity might be well aware of their own divine status, so there was no need to inform me. I only finally pieced it together during a recent underground gathering, where they reenacted their version of the story of my life, a riveting tale that culminated with a confrontation between Atris, myself, and Gen at the edge of the fissure. The events had been exaggerated to such grandiose proportions that I found it hard at times to suppress my laughter, and yet this myth has also given them the courage to stand against Gen, and the hope that they might someday be delivered from their relentless inhumanities of his authoritarian rule. Even so, the fact that I am the one who has been cast as their God, savior, an omnipotent being who would one day return to Riven. I like that, by the way. She writes God and then scratches it off. Who would one day return to Riven, overthrow Gen, and lead them to a new paradise, is deeply unsettling. I would do anything to free my people from this hellish existence, but I am not who they think I am. I'm only... How, though, can I dissuade them from this notion without also crushing their hopes? Looky, it's the three, the three markers that we had to light. As Gen's power grew, so did the mighty, and in order to evade his persecution, for he would wipe them all out in an instant if he could, they had to become more and more adept at concealing themselves. They make use of a network of caves that so far he has failed to discover. But I fear it's only a matter of time before they find out. Further jeopardizing their existence is the fact that the mighty absolutely refuse to sever their ties with those who have sided with Gen. The two factions thus live together in surprising harmony, their overarching sense of cultural unity appearing to outweigh the schism, at least for now. I heard today that Father and Emmett were inducted into Gen's labor force. I so longed to see them, but a dimness shrouded Etty's face so abruptly when I asked of them that it left me hesitant to press the matter further. I must know the truth eventually, but I fear the news will not be good. From the moment of their inception, the Moiti have sought to disrupt Gen's plans at every turn, sabotaging his constructions, stealing from his precious stockpiles, and keeping an ever-watchful eye on his every move. They shroud themselves with dark coverings and delight in the fact that their enemies are often frightened by their wraith-like appearance and their almost preternatural ability to wreak havoc without detection or consequence. It was in the course of one of these forays that I was fortunately rescued when I first linked to Riven. I shudder to think what might have become of me had that scout not been there to intervene. Gen will certainly be hunting for me now, no doubt furious at his guard's failure to detain me. He must be even angrier, though, for at the loss of the linking book he surely assumes I brought with me. That I was deceived into linking into Riven without a way back is a bitter yet fortunate fact, for it may well have meant the death of us all had a path back to Dunny fallen into his destructive hands. When he finally discovers that I came here empty-handed, he'll be angrier still. That is some consolation, at least. I have glimpsed the final breath of a dying age. A tiny blade cuts the void. The white hole divided again and again, dipped in black. The nib drips red, the art of genocide. Today I ventured above ground to see for myself what has become of the island. I hoped it wouldn't be as bad as the Mighty had reported. It was worse. Having lived with it for so long, the Rivenese had become inured to the steady decay around them. But I was devastated. As we wound our way through the underbrush, I found myself once again breathing in my youth, the ocean air transporting me back in a matter of seconds. But as my eyes again took hold, the warmth of those memories vanished, and I was left with nothing but numbness. We had reached a bluff that had not been there the last time I visited my home. Riven, which was once one island, had split into 5 distinct pieces that have since drifted apart at an astounding rate. 4 of these have been claimed by Gen as his exclusive domain. Only those who have sworn their loyalty to him are ever allowed access to them. From my vantage point at the edge of the trees, I could see 3 of them, now blighted with Gen's monomaniacal constructions. 3 islands are closely guarded and pose great personal risk to the Moiti, though that hasn't kept them from doing whatever they can to thwart Gen's endeavors there. The 4th island I could not see, as it has crept away to some distance and now lies concealed by fog. The Moiti said that Gen originally governed from the small island, living and working in a protected space he built for himself, atop the stump that remains where the great tree used to stand. The only surviving forest is located here, on the largest island, where the village also remains. This island was ostensibly intended to be the province of the people, but it too has been irrevocably marred by Gen's oppressive intrusions. I can't quite make out what she put here. Words fall, brittle brown leaves, masquerading as green, should never have held lives both bloomed, and as yet unseeded. I feel nothing today. I am the outcast among outcasts, the diaspora of a dying world. Despite my repeated protestations, the Moiti continue to treat me differently, their desperate need precluding any dissuasion from the belief that I am some sort of messiah come to save them. They misconstrue my every move as a validation of their faith, whispering of how I walked to the island, bold and unafraid, mistaking my outrage at the island's devastation for bravery. But I am afraid, for I know something that the Moiti do not. The underlying reason for the island's accelerated decay. Gen wrote this world, and so it will fail, as all of Gen's ages ultimately fail. I must make the Moiti understand this, but I cannot talk to Itai, or Eti. There were brief moments, soon after my arrival, when my divine status was forgotten, and I was simply Katrin again. But they are almost non-existent now. There is one person, however, who seems immune to those fallacious notions, Nella. Her gaze has never faltered whenever I've dared hint at the uncomfortable truth. I feel I could trust her to bear the full brunt of it. Gen is making books! How did I not know this until now? Atris and I knew he would likely attempt it, as he adopted the paranoid practice of writing all of the necessary materials into his ages. He's been exploiting the natural resources and the people of Riven as fodder for his mad pursuit to further his colonialist ideals. Thankfully, it sounds as if he has not yet succeeded. As painful as it's been, the fact that I've returned to Riven at this crucial junction is fortuitous. The age is crumbling. My people are suffering. And if Gen succeeds in securing his freedom, other worlds will suffer the same. The Moiti are looking to me. I may only be mortal, but I have to do something. It's been a long time since my last entry, there is much to tell. It was hard to recognize, but I found the Starfisher. It is located on what Gen refers to as his Temple Island. Though the mighty prefer to use the Rivenese word Alapo, which means water pool, they have thus taken to referring to the void itself as Alatuan, pool of stars. It is the very fissure that allowed Atris and me to escape this age without leaving a linking book behind us. Though it has since been sealed with a skin of heavy iron, several derelict devices from that time remain mounted to its surface, including a hatch with a windowed viewport, a large telescope, and the mechanical lift that was used to install it, the combination to which was acquired by the mighty long ago. So, this bit of the code is super important. This code is how we end the game. The code is, let me get CSP up here so that you all can see this. It's important to note that this code does get randomized every time. So if you're, watching this and you're like, that's not the right code or something. That these codes get randomized each time. So if we look at our 8110536, we can figure out the rough shape of each of the Rivenese numbers. Essentially, the way that Rivenese numbers are written is with arrows. One arrow is numbers 1, 2, and 3. Two arrows that are like separated are numbers 4, 5, and 6. The numbers that have, I think it's 2 arrows, but they're like together in the same spot, are 7, 8, and 9. And then the ones that have 2 sets of 2 arrows are the numbers 10, 11, and 12. So the first one, because it has 2 sets of 2 arrows, is 10. Because we did get that straight from before. And then 5 is the upper left and down. 4 is upper right and down. 2 is straight down. 1 and 1, those are up to the right. Then we've got 2 again, straight down. Then we have, let's see, this is 4, I want to say. We've got straight up, and then we've got straight down. So 4 and 4, and then 5. So 10, 5, 4, 2, 1, 1, 2, 4, 4, 5. Luckily, we'll have the book no matter what. So we can, double check if we need to, if that doesn't work. But we'll see. In the early days, the mighty briefly considered reopening the fissure. Thankfully, they decided against it. Had they attempted it back then, the results might well have been catastrophic. Were they to do so today, it would certainly mean the end of Riven. I'm told that in the days immediately following Gen's confinement on Riven, he attempted to determine the feasibility of navigating the stars beneath the fissure, for he had seen the mist book fall from Atreus' hands into the very same space. To this end, he sacrificed several poor souls, alleged transgressors of the law, by throwing them into the hatch so he could observe their fate. It is said that they did not die, but what became of them remains a mystery. And that original fissure is no longer alone. New ruptures have appeared in recent years at various locations around the island. In some instances, the Moiaiti were able to glimpse the breaches before Gen and his minions moved in to contain them. The descriptions support my suspicion that the forces that are tearing Riven apart are more than merely geological. More troubling, however, is that Gen is not completely containing these rifts, but is somehow using them to travel between the islands, and that he has also reportedly devised a way to harvest the energies from the expanse for some as yet unknown purpose. How like him to wantonly exploit for his own selfish gain that which he does not understand. Starfield beneath the fissure is not as it seems. It is a gentle space, as hospitable to life as a flowing river. That is how Atreus described his brief time within the expanse before he linked out, leaving his mist book adrift within it. He was never able to conclude upon its nature, but I cannot help but feel that there must be some greater pneuma behind it. Something I should have mentioned earlier. One of the colossal blades that appeared in the course of our escape from Riven, the great dagger that stands at one end of the fissure, has been adapted by the Moieti as the emblem of their struggle. They have their own explanation as to how it came to be, of course, but their choice is more apt than they know. As that dagger, along with the other blades, was a manifestation of my rage at the desecration that Gen had already wrought upon my world. I haven't told the Moieti that I rode into this age, as I fear that would only fuel their overestimation of me. But I can't deny it pleases me to have inadvertently provided them with such a fitting symbol for their cause. My limited encounters with Gen's followers have been discouraging. Whenever I've attempted to engage them, they fled from me. I heard an interesting tale from the Moieti last night, which may help to explain this. Soon after we trapped Gen on Riven, he claimed that it was he who had been responsible for the Great Blades, summoning them as a preemptively punitive reminder of the obeisance he expected. In the village circles, it is told that this act marked the beginning of a period of restitution, at the end of which, provided they had proven their devotion to him, they would be delivered into a new and better existence. If I can, I will continue my attempts to intervene on their behalf. The cage has finally failed. Gen is free. My sources have confirmed that Gen has managed to create a functional linking book. In fact, he had done so before my arrival, but kept his accomplishment so well hidden that only his closest acolytes were aware of it. In keeping with his callous regard for the worlds he creates, he has simply named this age 233. It is not yet known whether he has written others. I have also just learned that years ago a Moieti scout managed to steal a book that was an early failure that Gen had intended to destroy. It was largely complete, but did not work. I wasn't told about it until now because they thought it was useless. Gen struggled for decades, but he could never get a conventional linking book to work. Then, one day, he began construction on a cumbersome mechanical solution, a complex array of devices designed to harness the energies of the starry expanse and use them to suppress his book's inherent flaws. The design phase was chaotic and often dangerous. The moiety tell of tremendous explosions as Gen sought to contain and wield forces that he knew little to nothing about. But he is nothing if not determined, and eventually he was able to use this enormous crutch to link to another age. Can't deny his brilliance, but it's an abominable solution, brutish and overwrought, and all but entirely unnecessary. I have studied the partially burned book that the moiety took from him. Although he sought retribution for the affront, he appears to have been otherwise untroubled by the theft, no doubt assuming the book would be useless in the moiety's hands. But as I can see what they could not, the book may yet be salvageable. The age the book describes is wholly unsuitable as a home for the moiety, but I think it can be modified. I will dream. I've nearly finished writing the moiety's age. The world, as described, is harsher and more desolate than they are used to, but they should be able to sustain themselves there. But we'll need a second book. Ken has been spending most of his time on 233 lately, so the danger is less, but getting into his lab will still be difficult. The coming collapse weighs the air, blurring my vision both day and night. We must act soon. Success! We've secured a second book. Though I worry now that Gen will miss it and deduce our plans before we're ready. The descriptive book I've prepared as a refuge for the rebels is useless unless I can find a way to correct its inherent flaws. Gen's massive machine mainly functions to manipulate the energies within the expanse. It serves its purpose, but its excess seems unwarranted. Rivenese have long used crystalline substrates as an elegant means to manipulate light. If I could just find the right material. Last night's dreams have delivered me a perilous plan. I will write this substance into the new moiety age. If we could temporarily access Gen's apparatus, we could use our book to link to this new age and search for the crystal. Someone would then have to carry the book back to safety once the link was made. If it fell into Gen's hands, all would be lost. When Gen links to 233, one of his acolytes always remains to shut down the device. I have to get to him before he can do so. Which means we will only have one chance before they're alerted to our presence. Everything is ready. I have written the material into the new age, and I have prepared the second linking book as a return path to Riven. Of course, it too suffers the same deficiency as all of Gen's books, so it won't work unless it's augmented. Once I'm in the new age, I'll have to locate the crystal and adapt it to heal the gateway image, which should render the book functional. I can then use the second linking book to return to Riven with more of this material. It's risky, but if it all goes well, the moiety and any others who can convince to join them will finally have an escape. Can't help but laugh at the absurdity of this plan. I sound like Atris. Should I fail to return, it will likely mean the end of my life. But my only real fear is for my people. If one assures me they have complete faith that I will accomplish my task and lead them to a better world, that's the fulfillment of the prophecy, after all. But underneath they are just as tense and fearful as I am. Oh goody, it's almost 12 o'clock already. What will become of them if I do not return? Will they perish here on Riven? One attempt to follow me through this, or attempt to follow me through this new book to an unknown fate. I don't know what to tell them. Against all odds, it is done. We have already evacuated most of our members to this new age, which the Moiti have named Tay. The world is more beautiful than I'd anticipated, so I am pleased. The Rivenese have been liberated at last. They stand beneath the open sky, unafraid, dazzled by their freedom. They are happy. But there's still much to be done. The age is still vulnerable. The only way to completely protect it from Gen is to destroy the books once everyone is safely in Tay. I'm hesitant to bring this up with the Moiti until they've had a chance to acclimate themselves to the new world, as it would mean they would be forever exiled from the only home they've ever known. Nor am I eager to sever my own connection. My only path back to life and family on Mist. For the greater good, it must be done. For the moment, we're safe, but our activities could arouse Gen's suspicions at any moment. We cannot delay. I will return to Riven tomorrow to resume my attempts to persuade the remaining holdouts to join the others in Tay. For now, though, I must rest. And that is it. That's the whole freaking journal. Good gravy. There's a lot that you have to say there, Catherine. Oh. Wait. They're letting me out. This is interesting. In the original Riven, you're just always concealed. You're always sealed inside of that. But they're actually letting me out to walk around in frickin' Tay. That is awesome. I'm glad that they did that. Because this place was always so cool looking. I was always sad that you couldn't explore any of it. It's Gen! And he looks unhappy. I think that's supposed to be Gen anyway. Wow, they actually let you explore a really good chunk of this area. And we're going down. And there it is. The book Back to Riven. So yeah, in the original, the girl that gives you the books to begin with comes back in and hands you the Riven book. So that's actually really cool that they let you explore Tay for a moment. Also, I mean, I'm a little worried about the fact that this is just, you know, wide open now. Whoops. I accidentally linked back into Tay. Hey, the rift, that's alright though, because there's a book right here that takes us to the tree place, it looks like. Nope, it takes us back here. Got it. Looked like the tree place, but it was not. So let's go ahead and save so that we're on Jungle Island. And you know, we do have this linking book. Not that one. That's not a linking book. We do have this linking book to Dunny. Oh wait, that was the trap book, wasn't it?
Sikem Shohutia. Lodimat.
The cage has finally failed. Break free of this fifth age.
Forgive me. I don't believe we've met. I am Gan. And you must be the one whom Atreus sent to trap me. I don't know where you got the brilliant idea to trap yourself. I must tell you that I am quite disappointed that it is you and not Atreus who must now pay the price for this foolishness. Well, this time.
Suffer Gen's wrath. And that's it. That's the end of the game. Or at least that's an ending to the game. That's the bad ending. Or one of the bad endings. Ah, now we have to sit through the credits again though. Just like in Myst. But we did get the achievement for completing the game. So there's that. John Keston was the original person who did Gen. Sadly, John Keston, I believe, has passed away, considering that he was in the In Loving Memory section. So... Russian, German, Italian, Japanese, French, Polish, Chinese, Korean, Portuguese. The original Riven team. John Keston is Gen, Rand Miller is Atreus, Sheila Gold was Catherine. I'm gonna let these credits go. And while we're waiting on those credits, I will go ahead and be right back because I need to take some ibuprofen for my mouth. Yeah, I kind of figured it would get to the end of the credits there before I got back. I think we were already most of the way through, but I really needed to get up to take some ibuprofen. My mouth is hurting something fierce. I also took a chance to stop and get something to eat. I can't eat anything solid right now. I tried earlier. So, I have some yogurt that I'm going to consume a bit of right quick here while we continue. Because there's another bad ending. And I remembered it once I saw that previous bad ending. I went, alright. You can freaking use the link. You can use the trap book here in Tay. And if you do that, you get a completely different ending. Because this time, Gen isn't the one that finds your book. It's the Moiti.
Nel senso, io non credo che poco si può.
Freitag.
Tu e io.
Well. This must be the end for you. Trap yourself in the trap book. Bad end! So yeah, we got trapped forever in the trap book. Basically. Because we used the trap book in the Moiti world, and the Moiti knew that it was a trap book, and so they're not going to do anything to try and get us out of there. You know, try to get us out of there. No. I don't care that I'm not able to eat that food. You cannot eat it. You are a cat. Pasta is not for you, cat. There are 2 other bad endings, but I don't think I'm going to pick them up because we have to sit through the ending credits each time, it seems. And that's really annoying. I'm not gonna lie. Like, there's no option to skip the credits. which I get the first time. But like the other, 5 times if you do this, yeah, I was gonna say, I think that was actually when I got up, was right there. Was as the special thanks for scrolling, so. If I had known that that was the end of the credits, I probably would have gotten that ending and then left. But oh well. What can you do? Alright. Let's go back to Riven. I shook her food bowl a few times, but she's just ignoring it. And now I think we have what we need to complete the game. If I am to understand the new version of the golden dome anyway. So let's head back to Dome Island. Or as Gen has been, as we now have learned, Gen calls it Temple Island. And I'm taking the slight, ever so slight, long way on purpose. Instead of using the Starway, the Starry Expanse. I'm doing it this way so that I can have just a moment to finish this yogurt that I have right here. So we'll be able to just watch this cutscene and all. And now that we're back, I can just take a moment to finish the last like 2 scoops of that. And we can head back up here. To the dome. Which is open. And now we just have to input the code. 1 3 11 20 and 24. And assuming we actually did it correctly this time, we will hopefully have something change. But I'm not convinced that anything changed. We still cannot access the linking book, and nothing is good. Alright then. That sucks. I have no idea what I did wrong. Unless it's the orbs themselves that are wrong, but I don't think they are, and they're not randomized. So I should be able to look. Purple, green, blue, red, yellow. Okay, so yes. The slider starts at 0. Oh yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. That's probably what I got wrong then. And then this big marker is 20, and then that one's 24. That's probably where I was wrong. Or not. I feel like something noticeable would happen if we got it right. And nothing noticeable has happened. So, what have I done wrong? The worst part is, I can't look this up because it's randomized every single time. The numbers are, I mean. Oh! Never mind. I did get it right. I just didn't push the button. I didn't see the button. goes. Power of the Starfisher. When in reality, he didn't even need all of this. And into 233 we go. You might remember this from the bad ending. So in the original, you're surrounded by all of the 5 books.
I apologize for the cage. I'm afraid this situation has often required of me a more primitive code of conduct than I might otherwise have chosen. I am Gen. I assume you've heard of me. Yes. Well, I suspect you have acquired some false information of who I am now. Not that my son would have lied to you about me. No, not Atris. It's just that, well, I'm sure he believes me to still be the depraved father I once was. Yes. I even tried to kill him once. God, if I had accomplished that, who knows what I would have become. A great father indeed, who tries to murder his own son. Thankfully, he trapped me on age 5, a prison of my own creation. No books, no precious inks, no ages to link to, nothing but my own foolish ambitions. That was 30 years ago. 30 years, 30 lifetimes, what does it matter? No sentence could be too harsh for the man I was. But I have changed. Be sure the deeds of my past can never be completely atoned for, but my mission was an honorable one. I'm sorry, this is all a bit awkward. It's been a long time since I've attempted to persuade anyone of my intentions. Most of the people here have already made their minds up about me one way or another. I myself do not trust the words of most men, so I don't expect you to believe me. In the end, though, you may discover that I do have more than mere words to offer. Atris's choice of punishment has been hard on the people of Riven. Many have suffered because of it. The island has been steadily decaying for years, but according to my most recent measurements, it appears that the 5th age has entered its final days. Unless the villagers can be relocated soon, the island will collapse entirely and everyone will perish. It has taken me a long time to do it, but it appears that finally I'll be able to make some substantial amends to my past transgressions, especially in... Well, I'm afraid I've had some trouble with Catherine and the moiety.
Mighty.
In any society, there will always be a small percentage of the population with rebellious tendencies. Before Catherine appeared, the moiety, as they call themselves, had been relatively harmless. I mean, the natives here are a fairly violent people by nature, but I'd almost come to accept their presence. Upon Catherine's return, however, their violence intensified considerably. It seems she's become some sort of religious savior to them. As far as I can tell, she's come to believe this herself. So I've had no alternative. I had to separate her from her people. The actions of Catherine and the moiety have put my own life at risk on numerous occasions. Consequently, the lives of all the people here. Therefore, I must ask you to refrain from any attempt to free her. Although I'm sure Atreus desires it. Indeed, he must desire it with all his heart. But he is completely unaware of her recent state. Which brings me to the point of all of this. The linking book you brought with you. You're very fortunate to have recovered it. If I may.
Go
Thank
ahead,
you.
take it. By all means, go ahead and use the linking book. Flip. Just some minor bugs in the animations, but these are people that really never have used all this stuff before. Go on, use it.
Perhaps it would be best if you went through first.
Sure. I'll go through first. Perhaps it would be best. Immediately acquiesce to Gen's command. And he touches the book. Rip him. Yeah, it doesn't show him in there because that's the whole idea. Is it's supposed to look like a linking book. If it had showed me in there, he would have suspected. So it doesn't show him in there either. Coolies. So, one minor thing about the fact that we did, in fact, open that, right away, is that if you wait long enough, he will turn on the generator that lets you go back. Not that it's particularly difficult to, turn it on afterwards, but it's not that easy in the original. This is age number 234. If you look at the thing here, I think. What is that? Four. No. That's 9. Calculator. 9 times 25 plus 2. 227. Did I do that right? No. Plus 10. 225 plus 10. So 235. There's the pipe he was smoking. One thing that's interesting is in the original, he gets all dressed up. For like combat when he leaves. In this version, he didn't get like all dressed up in combat gear. Yeah, that stops the music. Cool. Here's his own set of orbs. Oh! They actually let us go out here in this version. Not that there's anything here, but still, it actually lets us go out here in this version. In the original, you just couldn't explore this at all. Whoa. Oh. Almost worked. We can't see what age it is though. Probably 234 if I had to guess. Considering that the one in his lab there is 235. So, probably means that um 234 failed on him. I think he was cooking something. I think that's what that's supposed to be. Those are graves. But yeah, this age is not the most hospitable place, as you maybe can tell. Food. Up here. Go get it. Trying to get my cat to go eat her food. Got a little wash basin. Nice little bed. And that's a step. Snap, trill, trill, ding, snap. Oh boy. Snap, trill, trill, ding, snap. Very important that we know that. Start this latest journal with astonishing news. Catherine has returned to the Fifth Age. Though it sets my teeth on edge to say it, she has also vanished as quickly as she appeared. Stolen from me by the rebels. And my guard tells it she linked into the Fisher Plateau cage, just as I'd surmised. Then suddenly he was set upon by a band of rebels, who darted him and spirited her away. I suspect the truth of the matter was that he was so dumbfounded at actually witnessing someone link in after all this time, that he presented an easy target for whichever rebel happened to be nearby. The damnable luck of it. He did get a good enough look at her, though, to verify that it was indeed Catherine. He also claims that he inspected all of her belongings and found no linking book on her person, a fact that I find hard to believe. But if true, it makes the question of why she returned here all the more puzzling. While I am sick with frustration at having lost the only quarry that cage has ever caught, I am also filled with hope, as she may yet provide me with a way back to Dunny. It is true that I have managed, despite overwhelming odds, to break free of the confines of the Fifth Age and resume my mission to save my culture from extinction. But I fear that unless I am able to regain access to the vast resources that lie in the city's ruins, the task of resurrecting that great civilization will be impossible. If Catherine did bring a linking book with her, then I am halfway there. If not, then she is trapped in the Fifth Age, and I can only assume that my emotionally crippled son will soon be along to rescue her. Either way, it is crucial to my plans that I find her soon. Her presence here now forces me to take the rebels more seriously. I should never have permitted them to survive this long. Once again, the Great Work has demonstrated its usefulness to me. The villagers have been difficult to manage in the wake of Catherine's arrival, and their fear of the mythical beast has been all that has kept them in line. Had I known how truly useful this prodigious creature would prove to be, I would have captured more of them while the local population was still plentiful. Although, to be sure, if these disturbances continue, my current pets will be in no danger of perishing for lack of nourishment. The search for Catherine continues. I deeply regret my mistake of having ever taught these primitive people anything at all about the books. It seems that with each passing day, I more sorely realize the extent to which they were not ready for that knowledge. not even in the simplified manner in which I presented it to them. Their minds, adapted only to the exceptionally menial tasks of village life, were incapable of comprehending the art in all of its complexity, and were thus unable to glean any of the underlying principles that are, ironically, so elegantly simple. It is obvious that so much of the discord that exists between us stems from their failure to grasp the meaning of the information I gave them. If they'd been able to gain even the smallest glimpse of the glorious future I had planned for them, this conflict would not exist. The minds of the children, however, are much more malleable. With the proper tutelage, they have developed a more appropriate posture towards the culture that has given them their lives. At times, they take to it almost as if they had a bit of Duddy blood in them. Given the natives' inborn limitations, however, I am quite careful that none gain a level of understanding that would permit them to sin against their future the way that Catherine did. How foolish I was to think that she could wield such knowledge responsibly, when it was quite clear that my son could not. Atreus, still he remains one of the greatest disappointments of my life. I should never have left him with my mother. By the time I'd returned for him, he had already been poisoned as to all thoughts of aiding me in my noble mission. Perhaps that was the only way she could soften the fact that she had been responsible for the collapse of the entire civilization. So much destruction, so many great lives lost. The guilt must have been unbearable. She did seem to love my father and our world, but ultimately she was an outsider whose ignorance of the Dunny became the catalyst for their demise. If I am able to rebuild our culture, and in the process correct such weaknesses, then perhaps what she did was ultimately necessary in order that a new and stronger era of prosperity might someday come to pass. I've been increasingly beset by images from the past. I swear I just heard a train go by. But I don't know why there would be a train at 1 in the morning. As I stood in the schoolroom today, I was reminded of my own childhood, the years I spent in the Bookmakers Guild, Father's immense pride at each of my small accomplishments there. He was an important man in the Dunny world, but I cannot bear to think of him for long. It is too much. I was too young to see such things. I have her! Late last night I received word that Catherine had been apprehended while attempting to persuade some of the villagers to join her. I lost a few men in the process, but I would have gladly paid 100 times that number for such a prize. She's been imprisoned in my old office, where I've been attempting to gain some insight as to the reason for her return. I've had to fight the all but constant impulse to put her on the gallows, as she has adopted the most infuriating stance of only answering my questions, when she answers them at all, in her native tongue. Even so, she is a poor liar. I'm now certain that her return to Riven was unintentional, and that she brought no linking book with her. As far as her willingness to share with me the location of the moiety, we shall see. Without their leader, however, they are once again powerless against me. If Catherine's coming here was indeed an accident, then Atreus is bound to come for her. That is a given. The question I must now consider is, how will he attempt it? It is likely that his hesitation is due at least in part to the dilemma. One way or another, though, he'll have to bring a linking book to get back. There is no other way. It's late and I cannot sleep. I've lost so much in my life. My people, my father, my son, and you, my wife, Keta. You were the only true kindness I have ever known. Watching you flicker there in the imager, sometimes wonder if you were real. If I could restore your life with my pen, I would do so in an instant, leave the rest of the world to their own wretched fate. Damn these savages! I'd be well advised to leave them all in the 5th Age and begin again with a clean sheet of paper. A stranger has arrived on Riven with a linking book to Dunny. Oop, this is us. And once again, my useless minion was overtaken by the rebels. From what little I could decipher of his muddled explanation, it apparently occurred sometime this morning. The cage mechanism has been damaged, but that is no matter. Everything I need is here now. Atris is certainly behind this, but why would he send someone else in his stead? And with a linking book, no less. Surely he would have guessed that I would be waiting for him. Such recklessness is unlike him. Could it be that he's had a change of heart toward me? That after all these years he's finally decided to let his poor old father go? Ha! I know all too well where his loyalties lie. He's only after one thing. Perhaps this stranger should find her. But now I only need to wait and observe. I'm beginning to think it was a mistake to allow the stranger to roam freely about the islands. In their ignorant provoking, they have attempted to power the damaged drawbridge from Temple Island, and the entire bridge collapsed. A trivial loss at this point, but it irks me all the same. Had I not yet managed to free myself from that crumbling age, it would have hampered my progress severely. But again, it is no matter. And it is no matter now. The day will come when I will be done with Riven forever. Disconcerting news. Last time a group of maintainers happened upon a lone rebel scout, and were able to engage him long enough to learn of a most implausible device, a crystal window, supposedly capable of amending my linking books, much the way that my own remarkable system does. But with one slight advantage. It is small and weighs only a few pounds, making it entirely portable. If this outlandish claim is true, the artifact in question must be something that Catherine fabricated prior to her capture. No doubt from an explicit Dunny schematic she brought with her. If only I'd had access to such a document all these years. The portent of this revelation is deeply troubling. Some years ago, the rebels managed to abscond with the dysfunctional linking book it intended to destroy. The book was never recovered, but once they had sufficiently atoned for the sacrilege, I graciously decided to let the matter slide, thinking that in their inept hands it could do me no harm. But if Catherine has indeed empowered them with such a device, the rebels may have well linked to another age. It also means that 233 is no longer safe. This cannot stand. The stranger is the key to all of this. Tracking their movements has given me a good idea of where the rebel linking book and the crystal may be hidden. But before I can deal with that, I must secure the linking book back to Dunny. Everything hinges upon that. If I can regain access to my arsenal of resources there, I will happily leave the whole of Riven to its own dismal future. Finish reading every journal. Woo! Hooray, hooray! We read all of the journals! So it's currently on 5. I probably have to close the thing.
Natsu? Shima? Shorate. Mata neta. Tagamem. San botegan shem. Fasi.
Neat. 2, 3.
Now, my turn. You want to record something so always you will remember. What is English for scramape? Scum from above. Your appearance should have inspired us to a better future. What does it mean for us as a people if we cannot embrace worlds outside our own? You were an angel from above. Always you will be my angel from above.
So that's Gen's father. 235 is Anna. These might have been in the original, and I just never saw them. I don't know. But they're very cool, if they were.
An angel. Your angel. An angel of death. The Denis Council knew it. They knew. If I hadn't tried to force my own ideals on your world, you would still be alive. You would still be alive. I wanted a life full of magic,
There were creatures just outside
full of
a
books
moment
that
ago.
bridged worlds, that lit up the darkness like stars. The possibilities were endless. It's just us now. You'll never have the life you should have had. Somehow my love passion. It took that. I don't know how. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Again.
Yeah, so I've never seen those before. Watch all of Gen's imager recordings. Alright, well, there's only one thing left to do. And that is to get to Prison Island and free Catherine. Now that we know how to. The code being snap, trill, trill, ding, snap, after all. So let's leave the 233rd age. And we end up back here. That's cool. Okay, so yeah, so this was to figure out the base. And then once you had the base, then you could figure out all of the others. Apparently, there is an achievement. I'm not going to do this. But there's an achievement for staring at this for 15 minutes. It's a marble polisher. Essentially, it takes this rough object here and turns it into that. A proper orb. So that's pretty cool. Yeah, all that's left is to get to Prison Island, I suppose. So let's go ahead and head on over that way. If I can remember how to get there. Well, that leads to the bridge that I destroyed, which is hilarious. I like that he even remarks on the fact that you destroyed the bridge. Which also makes me wonder if destroying the bridge is something that you're required to do. Because I would have figured it was optional. But the fact that he talks about it in the journal makes me suspect that it is not. Supposedly, you can use the glass to find the thing. It doesn't seem like it to me, but supposedly you can. The moiety lens. The moiety. I've already forgotten how they said it. I'm bad at names though, so that's not too surprising that I would forget. Hey, if we needed another set of marbles. Looks like somebody refilled them. So you know, that's kind of neat, at least. Now we need to find Prison Island. Prison Island is... I mean, it's somewhere on here. Oh, wait! I was literally on it. I was literally on the right track. Right? Yes. That one. That one's Prison Island. I do like this Starry Expanse thing. It's pretty cool, I won't lie. That said, I have a teeny tiny piece of tooth that seems to have chunked off into my gum. And luckily my gum is pushing it out just fine, but oh my goodness, does it hurt. That resets. Snap. Trill. Trill. Ding. Snap. Nope, that doesn't reset. That actually activates. How about that? We go.
We have to move quickly. Gen's people may already know what's happening. Once we're back with the moiety, we'll have time to regroup. Can I see the book? You did it. You captured Gen. We're all free. But there's still his followers. I'm not sure what they'll do once they realize he's gone. I have to get the villagers to safety as soon as possible. And you? You go back to where you first arrived and reopen the fissure. I know it's risky, but it's the only way to signal Atris. I'll try to make it back there as soon as possible, but don't wait for me. Oh, and don't forget the combination in my journal. You'll need it.
Free Catherine from her prison. This is where we met her. I hope she's gonna send that back up. Yep, she did. Okay. In the original, she actually gets into the elevator with you. And then you just take the elevator down with her, and she says that dialogue. Oh, and we're down here. She also, like, cuts these so that nobody else can ever be trapped here. Which is cool, but kind of unnecessary since we're, you know, gonna be opening the fissure and all. Whoops. Alright, well, this is it. This is the end of the game. We've been going for 9.5 hours. This is one of the longest streams I have done since freaking starting to stream again. Right. I knew which eye I was trying to get. Really, I did. There's definitely a handful of bugs that I've noticed while playing this, but they haven't been like egregious or anything, so it's been a little sad just because like the original games are so well polished. Like, it's kind of surprising how, like, semi-unpolished these games feel. Or this one, I should say, feels. Like I said, it's nothing egregious or anything. It's just, I don't know, it's a little sad, you know? I like that there's no sense of true, like, gravity here. It just seems like you're pulled towards the freaking platform, you know? Well, this is it. There's officially no turning back now. I mean, I guess technically there is. This is powered, right? Yes. Okay. One more time. I could have turned it, I think, one less if I'd stayed on the other side, but oh well. Point is, we're where we needed to be. There's the fisher. And it has power. Ten. 5. No, 5. 4. 2. Oh, wait, this was already on 1. 1. 1. 2. 4. 4. 5. I bet I could have flipped that, and that would have changed whether or not I was going up or down. Oh no, this is changing that thing. That has nothing to do with it then. Okay. I see what I see what we're doing here. No? Yes. It's been stopped so that it can't go any further than this. What we have to do is find the stopper. I think it's just the track in general. The track doesn't go far enough. Which is interesting. This is most assuredly different from the original. And I'm a little unsure what the trick is here. In the original, there was a stopper. No, it's not that this is actually getting stopped on something, I think, because this goes much further. So is there still a stopper that we have to find? Some kind of cautionary device to prevent it from, you know, doing too much damage. Some kind of cautionary thing that stops it. I do not know. Doesn't appear that there is one. But then what's making it stop? Ah. Interesting. So, in the original, you brought it down. There was a telescope, and you brought the telescope down into the fissure. This one, you pull it up until it breaks. Whoopsies! Oh, there's Atris.
There isn't much time. Where's Catherine? Where's the book? I don't understand.
Atris! The villagers are safely in the Rebel Age. I thank you.
As do I. You've accomplished more than I could have hoped for. You've given me back my life. The path home is now clear for all of us.
Mist. Excuse me, Dunny. It's a true Dunny linking book.
This is where our paths must part. Perhaps we'll meet again someday. You know where to find me. Goodbye, my friend.
Give Atris back his life. Path home is now clear.
Now I understand. Endings and beginnings are within the fissure. That riven cleft of stars that acts as both a wall and a bridge. And though I'm unable to understand how, the very flow of stars that brought my mist book into worthy hands, I am sure served as a safe passage home for my friend. The age of Riven has come to a close, but the people of Riven are free. And now I am at rest, understanding that in books and ages and life, the ending can never truly be written.
Wow. 9 hours and 46 minutes. But we did it. We completed Riven at long last. John Keston, Sheila Gould, Kate Vita, and Ernie Whitecloud. That's sad. All three of them have passed away since the making of the original, or all 4 of them have passed away since the making of the original Myst. At least, but that's my assumption. It is 1:30 in the morning. Sheila Gould was Catherine, apparently. Well, that's it. I mean, that's Riven. Played all the way through. We've beaten the game the proper way. And thus, the game comes to an end. That was a lot of fun. I'm really glad we got to play through Riven. It is hella complex. Like, oh my lord. Is it a complex game? But we made it through anyway. If you thought that game was complex, wait until you see the others. Oh boy. But yeah, I had fun. I'm glad we got to play through Riven again. It was... Honestly, this game is as good as I remember it being. It was really great. I really enjoyed it. And there's really nothing left for me to say, honestly. 'Cause like that's it. That's the whole game. So yeah. I hope you all enjoyed. If you did, then if you're over watching on YouTube, feel free to subscribe. There's a link that will probably take you to a playlist that has both Myst and Riven, the remakes, just like this was, in it, so you can watch the Myst playthrough if you missed it. Get it? Because they're both pronounced missed. Because you missed the previous VOD of the game Myst. I know, that was terrible. But anyway, thank you all for watching. And I'll see you all next time. Maybe I should put the chat over here, because I'm always looking in this direction when I'm on the screen. Maybe I should put the chat over here on this screen. See you later.